others, making their way to the altar to set up a camp for the night. Kathy said, "Man, this place is creepy." Pam chimed in and said, "Look, girls, this must be the altar. It still has bloodstains on it. Those poor people must have suffered greatly. I'm thinking about it sends shivers up and down my spine." "We barely made it inside the cemetery. You're already scared," laughed Karen. "No, I'm not," replied Pam. Kathy came up behind Pam and said, "Boo." Pam just about jumped out of her pants and screamed. Kathy laughed and said, "Be quiet. You might wake the dead." "Ha ha, real funny," replied Pam. "Settle down, you two. Let's gather some firewood and get this party started," exclaimed Karen. The girls forgot to bring a tent, but were smart enough to bring the sleeping bags along. As the fire was blazing and the girls were drinking their beer and telling ghost stories in a drunken state of mind, Kathy said, "Look, beside the altar. It looks like a book." Kathy got up to get a closer look. Sure enough, her hunch was right. Kathy picked up the book and brought it back to the fire, dusted off the dirt in case there was any writing on the cover. Kathy tried to make out the writing on the cover, but all she could see was the Book of the Dead. She laughed and decided to open the book, see if there was anything worth reading. Pam and Karen were giggling and talking about some boy. Then all of a sudden Kathy said, "Oh, wait a minute. Listen to what it says. It says how to bring back someone from the dead. I know just the person. Remember the story you told me about Medusa, who could turn people into stone, Karen?" "Yeah," replied Karen. "Let's see if we can bring her back," said Kathy. "Medusa? Why her?" asked Pam. "I don't know. Maybe because everyone either asks for Bloody Mary or a dead relative, etc. But I've never heard of bringing Medusa back from the dead," said Kathy in excitement. Karen chimed in and said, "Go ahead." "Kathy, bring her back from the dead," laughed Karen. Kathy said the magic words, but after 5 minutes, no Medusa. She threw the book at the altar and downed a few more beers with her friends and said, "I think you guys are right about laughing at the idea of bringing someone back from the dead. Once they're a stiff, always a stiff. Let's tell a few more ghost stories while we're roasting marshmallows over this fire before we're too drunk to tell any more," said Pam. Then a few minutes later, Karen passed out drunk. Pam and Kathy said, "It doesn't take much for Karen to get drunk." Then fog was coming in from behind the altar. Pam asked Kathy, "Where's this smoke rising behind the altar?" "It's just smoke from the fire, stupid," laughed Kathy. "No, it's more than just smoke. Something's glowing in the smoke," explained Pam, her voice getting nervous. "Go check it out. Or are you too scared?" said Kathy. "Yeah, I'm too scared," replied Pam. "Stay here, chicken. I'll check it out." Kathy staggered over to the altar with a beer in her hand and said, come out, wherever you are." "See, there's nothing," said Kathy, as she gulped down her beer and tossed her empty beer can at the smoke. Kathy turned to go back to the fire. Then all of a sudden the smoke cleared, and Medusa's head appeared and said, "Who has summoned me from the dead?" Kathy screamed, but it was too late to run for cover. She made the mistake of gazing upon Medusa's face and turned to stone. Pam shook Karen as she was screaming, but Karen was passed out for good. Pam ran to the car to escape Medusa, but Medusa wasn't about to let her escape. Pam was able to make it inside the vehicle, but Medusa's head appeared in the front passenger seat of the car. Pam screamed and screamed again, trying to get the keys in the ignition, but she was shaking too violently, and the keys hit the floorboard. Medusa said, "Look at me." Pam screamed, "No!" Medusa's power was too strong for Pam to ignore. She closed her eyes tight and prayed for Medusa to spare her life. But her eyes opened wide, and she screamed. Then she turned to stone. Medusa's head floated back inside the cemetery, made its way back to the fire where Karen was passed out. Karen finally awoke from her drunken state, and as her eyes opened, Medusa's head was inches from her face. Medusa said, "The dead isn't always dead as you think they are." Medusa laughed. Cameron didn't have time to react and escape the hell that was unleashed. So she turned to stone just like her two friends did. A lesson to be learned. If you open the Book of the Dead and you think it's all a joke, think again. This book is serious as a heart attack and should be left alone. Unless, of course, you're not afraid of the dead. The end. And that is the next story by Drac von Stoller. Please hit the like, share if you can, and if you've not yet subscribed, please consider doing so. Many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel and to the collection of Drac von Stoller. This tale is called The Werewolf. Something was dead and buried deep in the woods that should have been left hidden. Something with a history steeped in darkness and dread. The chilling secret lay dormant beneath layers of soil and time, waiting for an unwitting soul to stir its malevolent slumber. A man by the name of Luther, known for his fearless demeanor, was about to take a dare that would forever alter the course of his life and set in motion a chain of events that would haunt the town for generations. Luther was the kind of person who scoffed at fear, who found a perverse sense of superiority in the face of the unknown. To him, the idea of disturbing the sanctity of a grave 6 feet below was an inconsequential act, a mere game to prove his dominance over superstitions. He believed that the dead were just that, dead, and the tales of curses and vengeful spirits were nothing but folklore. Then, one fateful day, Luther's audacity was put to the test. His friends, sensing his arrogance, dared him to dance upon and desecrate the grave of a man whose legend had transcended mortality, a man who was said to have been a true werewolf. Luther laughed off the dare, brushing aside the ominous warning as mere theatrics. He agreed, thinking it was an easy feat that would only solidify his reputation as a fearless figure. With the moon hanging full and heavy in the ink-black sky, Luther followed his friends deep into the heart of the woods. Their journey led them to an abandoned house that exuded an air of foreboding. Here, beneath the shadowy canopy, was the resting place of the so-called monster. A wooden tombstone jutted from the earth like a twisted finger, its inscription etched, a chilling prophecy. Whosoever disturbs my sleep when the moon is full will surely die by the hands of the werewolf. Luther's confidence remained unshaken. He scoffed at the words, mocking the legend and his own friends who hesitated in the face of the ominous warning. "You guys are a bunch of fools," he declared. "There's no such things as werewolves." "Luther," cautioned Jason, his tone laden with mix of concern and unease. "The dare only stands on the night of a full moon. Without it, the dare is null, and you'll become the laughingstock of all your bravado." Luther's laughter rang through the cold night air. "Don't you worry," he assured them, his voice oozing with arrogance. "I won't let my friends down." And so, as the moon ascended its throne in the celestial expanse, Luther embarked on his reckless mission. With a video camera in hand, he danced upon the werewolf's grave, his footsteps echoing in the stillness. With each defiant step he chanted, There are no such things as werewolves. His voice growing bolder and bolder with each repetition. Yet, as the third declaration left his lips, a primal force shattered the boundaries between myth and reality. A gnarled, hairy hand erupted from the soil, its grip like a vice around Luther's ankle. The ground trembled beneath him as he fell, his bravado giving way to a stark terror he had never known. He stared, wide-eyed, as the grave's inhabitant clawed its way to the surface. The werewolf, once bound by death, now freed by the audacity of a foolish mortal. A haunting howl pierced the night, a mournful cry that curdled the blood. So, there are no such things as werewolves. The creature's voice resonated with an eerie blend of mockery and malice. In an instant, the air was suffused with a palpable malevolence, as the werewolf lunged at Luther with a ferocity that defied nature itself. The gruesome tableau that unfolded was etched into the annals of the supernatural. The werewolf tore into Luther's body, rending flesh from bone, inflicting a grotesque symphony of agony upon his victim. Blood painted the earth in macabre patterns, a stark contrast to the pallid glow of the moon. Luther's anguished screams were swallowed by the night, a testament to dire consequences of human hubris. As the first light of dawn broke the horizon, revealing the aftermath of the horrifying spectacle, Jason ventured to the scene. Horror clenched his heart as he bore witness to the remnants of his friend's fate. Only a gruesome mosaic remained, a chilling testament to the wrath of the unearthly being. With trembling hands, Jason retrieved the video camera that had captured Luther's ill-fated defiance. He watched in a trance, the footage a harrowing journey into the abyss that now yawned from him. The sight of Luther's demise, immortalized in pixels, served as a grim reminder of the boundaries that should never be crossed. Jason's voice quivered as he recounted the tragedy to the police, a tale that bordered on surreal. "You must believe me," he implored, his eyes heavy with the weight of his friend's demise. "There's a video, proof of what happened." The officer on the other end of the line met Jason's plea with skepticism. "Is this like a sick prank? Some kind of joke?" "No, officer. Please, watch the tape." Jason's voice trembled. "You'll see it for yourself." In the dimly lit room of the police station, Jason and two officers hurried up and huddled around a screen. Initially dismissive, their expressions morphed from incredulity to abject horror as the footage unfolded. One officer's stomach revolted. The contents of his dinner expelled into the nearby trash can. The visceral reality of the video extinguished any lingering doubts. "This can't be real," one officer muttered, his voice barely above a whisper as he watched the werewolf's brutal assault play out in agonizing detail. Believe me now?" Jason's voice quivered, his eyes locking onto the gruesome scene. "There's evidence at the scene, body parts. There's blood. We need to do something." The decision was swift. Investigation was warranted. The officers ventured into the woods, their steps guided by a macabre trail of gore and fragments. Among the trees, they discovered the remnants of life lost to unfathomable horror, each piece a testament to a monster that had been awoken. As days turned to weeks, the town was gripped by fear and uncertainty. Whispers spread like wildfire, woven with tales of supernatural and the abomination that had been wrought. But the authorities chose secrecy, concealing the truth from the public, a decision that teetered on the edge of collapse. For the cycle of the moon was unrelenting, and as it waxed full once more, a chilling realization dawned. The creatures were not singular, they were a scourge. The streets became hunting grounds. Terror reigned, The town, now besieged by the army of the damned, descended into chaos. Desperation clawed at the hearts of the residents, and the army was summoned. Their rifles laden with bullets forged from silver, and metal that bore the weight of a legend. The conflict that ensued was one of survival, a battle against an onslaught of monstrosities. The once peaceful town now bore the scars of this otherworldly war, its streets painted with the grotesque remnants of battle. The mayor, a figure of dwindling hope, face suppressed with grim resolve. His words aimed to pacify, to restore a semblance of stability to fractured communities. The threat had been neutralized, he declared, his voice a mask of turmoil that lay beneath. A town is safe once more. Yet, as the ashes of the final werewolf settled, a shadow lingered. The memory of the horrors that had transpired, the knowledge that malevolence could awaken with a single misplaced step. Jason emerged from the ordeal a changed man. The weight of guilt and grief bore heavily on his shoulders, a burden that could never truly be cast aside. The lessons etched into his soul were profound, lessons of recklessness, of the binds and bounds that tether the living to the spectral realm, and the consequences of tampering with forces beyond comprehension. The town would never be the same. Its streets whispered of the bloodshed that had stained its soil, and caution became a virtue held above all else. The grave that had been disturbed, the one that had birthed the terror, was forgotten by many. A nameless pit of darkness, a place buried deep in the woods. And so the tale would fade, obscured by the passage of time, relegated to the realm of myth and legend. But those who still walked the streets at night, who gazed upon the moon with a wary eye, would remember the price of arrogance and the terror that lurked within the woods. An eternal reminder that some things are best left dead and buried, forgotten by the living. The end. Thank you so much for listening to this episode of Drac von Stoller Collection, The Werewolf. Please hit the like, share if you can, and if you're not yet subscribed, please consider doing so. Many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel and to the Drac von Stoller Collection. This is called There's Something in the Basement. Beth and Michael Bridges loved restoring old Victorian homes and decided, since they both always wanted to live in one, the next Victorian home they renovated would be theirs. But their dream would soon be shattered because the house that just took their breath away had a horrid past. The owners of the home that sold this fixer-upper to the Bridges were acting very nervous and very anxious to sell at any price. The owners also lied to them, saying they needed something more significant and more modern, and that they had been living in the home for over 3 years. Just before the owners grabbed the check from the Bridges and ran like hell out of the house, the owner said, "There's one thing I need to tell you both. Whatever you do, don't open the door to the basement. Here are the keys to the house." The owner grabbed the check from Mr. Bridges, hand like he was in a hurry, and then grabbed his wife's hand and made a beeline to the front door. The owners took off like a bat out of hell in their car, leaving the trail of smoke behind, never to return. Mr. Bridges ran out the front door yelling, "You forgot your stuff!" But the car was long gone, and they could care less about what they both left behind. They were just happy to be alive and rid of the demon house. Michael turned back around and walked back inside the house, shaking his head at just what had happened. His wife came up to him and said, "Honey, don't worry about it. We've got our dream home, and that's all that matters. Besides, they'll probably realize that they forgot their things and turn their car around and head back soon." Maybe you're right, replied Michael. As night fell, they were both about to see why the previous owners ran, like hell, out of their dream home never to return. Michael and Beth decided to turn in for the night after they finished drawing out their plans for the renovations for their new dream home. Right as their heads hit their pillows, screams, moans, and chopping sounds could be heard coming from the basement. At first, they both said to each other, "It's an old home. We're probably just imagining things." But the screams and the moans weren't going away anytime soon. Finally, after they both kept hearing the screams over and over, Michael decided to investigate. Michael told his wife as he put on his robe that it's probably the previous owners trying to scare us. Michael closed the bedroom door behind him and told his wife he would be back shortly. As Michael reached the basement door, he realized it was locked, and he forgot to bring the key with him. So he went back to his bedroom, retrieved the key from the nightstand, and went back downstairs to unlock the basement door. Just as he unlocked the door and opened it and turned on the light switch, the screams got louder, and a man's voice could be heard, followed by chopping sounds. Michael said, "Oh my God." But it was too late. The ghost of the man that used to live in that house with his family over 100 years ago never left, even after death. The deaths that he caused his family was playing over and over for a century in the basement. The man with the bloody axe in his hand locked eyes on Michael and took off after him. The door slammed before he had a chance to get out, and he lost his footing on the steps and fell and hit his head on the steps, knocking him out cold and no opportunity to warn his wife of the danger in the basement. The man with the bloody axe was right behind Michael, yelling, "I'm going to kill you for what you've just witnessed!" The man with the axe swung it so hard it cut Michael's head off, killing him instantly. Meanwhile, Beth was unaware of what was about to unfold when a bedroom door burst open, and what horror her eyes would see. The killer had Michael's head in one hand and the bloody axe in the other hand, and was heading upstairs to put more blood on his axe, like there wasn't already enough on it from his family and Michael's. As the man's ghostly figure reached Michael and Beth's bedroom door, he could smell her sweet scent. Beth was lying on the bed, reading a book. Then all of a sudden, the bedroom door flung wide open. Beth put the book down and screamed and said, "Where is Michael?" The ghost said, "He's right here." The ghost let out an eerie laugh and said, "Here, catch," and tossed Michael's severed head at her, and she fainted. Michael's severed head rolled off the bed onto the floor. The ghost came over to her bed, with blood dripping from the axe, and let out an eerie laugh, then swung his bloody axe, and off went Beth's head, rolling onto the floor next to her husband's severed head. Then the ghost laughed and said, "I think I have some unfinished business to attend to down in the basement." As the ghost opened the door to the basement, the screaming started back again until the morning came. If you're in the market for an old Victorian home to fix up, you might want to pass this one up, or you might actually lose your head over it. The end. Thank you for listening to this beautiful collection of Dracula Stoller. I really appreciate it. Please hit the like. And if you've not yet subscribed, please consider doing so. It does really help. And share if you can. Many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel and to the Dracula Stoller collection. This story is called The Witchfinder General's Curse. Johnny, the embalmer, loved his job and loved to let the townspeople know he did. When Johnny was a little boy, he would hang out with his father in their morgue, which had been in the family for many generations. Johnny's father never let little Johnny in on the family's dirty little secret. Johnny's father felt that now was as good of a time as any to let Johnny in on the family's dark past, since he had reached the age where his father told him. "Johnny," said his father sternly, "I've got something to tell you. It's been a family secret only to our family. Whatever I tell you doesn't leave this room, or there will be grave consequences. The only way that this can be official is by a contract signed in blood and sealed in the family crypt. Then I will show you." Johnny sliced his finger with the Witchfinder General's knife. The knife was used on some of the witches when the Witchfinder General would go on his hunts. In the 17th century Europe, witchcraft was at its height. Johnny signed the agreement. "Now that this is taken care of," said his father, "let's head down to the family crypt." Johnny's father placed the signed agreement in the iron safe and locked the door. "Okay, Johnny. Take a seat next to Bartholomew." "Who is Bartholomew?" Johnny asked. "Oh, well, let me tell you all about him. He's an ancestor of our family that dates back to the 17th century. He was known as the Witchfinder General during the reign of witches in Central Europe. He was a good man that hated witches. It became an obsession of his until he met up with a witch named Sarah, who he tortured, hung and burned at the stake. The very knife that you cut your finger with is the same knife your ancestor Bartholomew used to cut witches to see what colour their blood was. This story I'm about to tell you is a love story turned deadly. Bartholomew was the town's hero. If anyone had the slightest inclination that they knew someone that might fit the description, Bartholomew the Witchfinder General summoned. He was. And he was a very religious man and couldn't understand why anyone would go against God and perform black magic. So, one day, Bartholomew was hot and tired and decided to rest by an oak tree just about 50 feet from a cabin. He dozed off for half an hour. As he awoke, he looked up, and there stood the most beautiful woman in the world. Bartholomew was lost for words and couldn't get up the courage to ask her name. The woman handed him some water, and he drank it down. He thanked her and took a deep breath and said, "What is your name, may I ask?" "Kind sir, my name is Sarah, and I live in that cabin right behind you." He asked her if she lived alone, and she said, yes. She invited him in for tea, and he joyfully accepted the invitation. Bartholomew followed Sarah to her cabin and sat at the table, waiting patiently for his drink. While she was in the kitchen, Sarah asked what he was doing in the area. He, of course, told her that he was on a witch hunt and had decided to take a rest by the tree. She chuckled a bit at his response and assured him there were no witches around here. Bartholomew thought this woman was too pretty to be a witch and left it at that. When he asked her if she had a man in her life, she blushed and said, "No, but that I could certainly use one." She knew if she could make him believe she wasn't a witch, and she could continue to practice witchcraft. As Sarah was preparing the tea, she added one of her magic potions to make sure, when he was around her, she wouldn't look suspicious. She let him know his tea was ready and gathered up the tray. Bartholomew drank all of his tea and asked what his chances would be for a special night with her. Sarah had no obligation, but urged him to continue on his way, since it was dark. Bartholomew agreed to depart. With a kiss goodbye, he continued. Everything was going smoothly between them, until Bartholomew got tired of hearing the townspeople say that his Sarah that he adored was a witch. Bartholomew decided he would arrive at her cabin around midnight and see, once and for all, if what the townspeople were gossiping about was true. Sure enough, when Bartholomew peeped into one of the windows, he saw Sarah dressed in black, reading from a book of spells. Bartholomew had seen the same book on another one of his witch hunts. He burst through the front door in disbelief. When Sarah turned his way, he saw an old woman's face. "Sarah, is that you?" he asked. "It is I," the old witch replied. "Since you now know what I am, I must kill you," laughed the witch. Bartholomew pulled his knife out and charged at her, stabbing her in the back. He dragged her body outside and threw a rope around a tree branch. With her body dangling from the tree, he set fire to her, and she was burning. The witch turned back into the beautiful Sarah he once knew and begged him to cut her down. He quickly pulled his knife out and proceeded to cut the rope around her neck. He was so frantic that he missed the rope and cut her head clean off her body. As the head was lying on the ground, Bartholomew rushed over to put her head back on her neck, and all of a sudden, her head turned and her eyes were wide open and said, "For what you have done, your family and every generation to come will be cursed for all of their days on this earth. I can promise you this," the evil witch declared. Her teeth then clenched down on Bartholomew's hand, and their blood mixed. And this is how the curse came about, and has been always around and will be. Now that you know, Johnny, you'll be cursed along with the rest of the family, his father concluded. The reason for the morgue and the late-night hearses rides, which you will now be part of, is bringing back beautiful women. Where you will be needed most is in the embalming process. While they are still alive, their blood is poured into the witch's mouth so she can gain strength to become the beautiful witch she once was, Sarah. The blood from these women only keep her young for about a week, and then she turns back into the old wrinkly witch that she is. There have been many attempts to kill the witch, but to no avail. It'll be midnight soon, my son, and it's time for another ride in the hearse and another trip to the never-ending embalming at the morgue. Unless someone can kill the witch, this curse will carry on to the next generation and the next. "Someone will kill the witch, father," said Johnny. "I sure hope so, my son," he said, but with little hope. "Well, it's time to ride into the night," said his father. The end. And that is the story of the witch hunter and his curse. Thank you so much for listening. Please hit the like, share if you can, and if you've not yet subscribed, please consider doing so. Many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel and to the Drakmon Stoller collection. So, this one's called Worley Manor. Johnny always liked to go exploring in old abandoned homes. Johnny especially wanted to explore on stormy days because it gave the old house the eerie feeling. There was only one place Johnny dared not investigate. That place was Worley Manor, because, as legend has it, there's supposed to be buried treasure in the family crypt, and no one has been able to dig it up and be alive to tell the tale. After Johnny's adventure in the abandoned houses, he would like to tell tall tales to his classmates about his daring escapes and how scary they were. Even though the tales were taller than Johnny, it gained in popularity with his classmates. Johnny's tales were about to run out because his classmates were starting to doubt his tales were true. Johnny's tales were about to be put to the test by his classmate. Just as class was over, one of Johnny's classmates blocked Johnny at the door from leaving and asked Johnny to meet him after school at the football field with some of the others. They want to hear his latest tale. Johnny was so excited and told him he would be there, and this will be a tale they won't ever forget. The boy was laughing under his breath, saying, "I'm sure it'll be your best." The boy told Johnny he thought the story would be even creepier if it were told at a dark place around a campfire in the dark. Johnny noted, "That does sound even better. I'll be ready." Johnny had no idea it was all a setup. and he was about to be the laughingstock of the school. Johnny showed up as planned, of course. The fire was burning. His classmates were standing around the fire, anticipating the next big story. Johnny was about midway into the story when his classmates started telling him the stories were all made up, and they approved because they had secretly videotaped his last visit to an old abandoned house where Johnny told off on himself how he made up all the stories. Johnny just froze and felt so ashamed and knew they wouldn't want anything to do with him after that. But his classmates said, "Johnny, if you're going to regain your popularity with us, you must stay the night and dig up the treasure at Worley Manor and bring it to school to show proof. Then we will forget about this little prank you played on us all." Johnny's throat had a lump in it, and he did not want to be the laughingstock of school, so of course he agreed to their demands. Johnny asked if he could pick the day, and they all said, "No, it must be tonight. There's a full moon out, and the storm is just minutes away." His classmates handed him a shovel and a flashlight, and escorted poor scared Johnny to a car and drove him to Worley Manor and nailed the front door shut and said, "Someone would remove the board in the morning so you can leave and bring the treasure back to school for proof." Even though Johnny was scared out of his wits, he knew there was no turning back. Johnny entered the front door to Worley Manor, and as he turned around to run towards the door, it slammed shut. He used all the force he had to open the door, but the door was locked and nailed shut, and all he heard was the pounding of the nails that were being driven into the board, holding Johnny in so he couldn't escape the terror that he was about to face. Johnny said, "The sooner I can get down to the family crib and dig up that treasure, the sooner I can get the hell out of this spooky manor." Johnny proceeded down the hallway, shaking like a leaf with his flashlight shining on everything in sight. Johnny took a deep breath and laughed at himself, saying, "All the spooky houses I investigated, they were not haunted. So why should this one be? There's probably no buried treasure down in this so-called family crypt. This is perhaps a made-up story to scare me, just like I did with mine. There's no buried treasure." As Johnny approached the door that leads to the family crypt, he started hearing voices calling to him to the vault. Johnny said one of the classmates probably planted a tape recorder with voices on it to scare the daylights out of me. As much as Johnny wanted to believe his classmates were playing a prank on him, this was by far no prank, and there is a family crypt with a treasure chest buried in the tomb. The voices were calling Johnny to come down and dig up the treasure, saying, "It's yours, all yours." Johnny opened the door and slowly walked down the stairs to the family crypt with his shovel and flashlight. Johnny couldn't believe how good of a job the voices sounded on tape, and how well of a job they did on designing family crypt. Everything from this point on looked so real. Johnny stopped in his tracks and wiped his eyes in disbelief, but something profound inside of him was telling him this is not staged. Johnny shined his flashlight on the walls and the ceiling in hopes of finding a light switch, but there was none. Then Johnny shined his light on the vaults that were in the crypt, read some of the names as he was dusting them off one by one. Count Worley. "This must be some joke," said Johnny. "I've never heard the name Count Worley until now. I bet what's going to happen now is I'll start digging, and right as I'm raising the fake treasure chest out of the ground, all the classmates will jump out and start laughing and tell me that's what you get. That's what you get for making up false stories." Johnny went along thinking that any time this would be over and the joke would be on him, but that would not be the case. Johnny called out some of the names of his classmates, but there was no answer. Johnny pleaded with them to come out. He was ready to apologize to everyone. Still no reply. Johnny shined his flashlight on the ground, searching for buried treasure. Then all of a sudden, a voice told Johnny to dig next to the coffin where Count Worley is sleeping. "When the chest is dug up, you must open the coffin where Count Worley is sleeping. But you must not wake him, or you will die like the rest who dare to unearth the treasure. By this time, Johnny was shaking uncontrollably and sweating profusely. Johnny did as the voice told him, dig up the treasure. And he said, wow, that was easy. Johnny got up and walked over to the coffin and raised the lid, and a bat flew out, and the smell was of death inside. Johnny shined the flashlight on Count Worley. By this time, Johnny was wetting himself, more scared and trembling than ever before. Johnny's tears were rolling down his cheeks, and all of a sudden, the Count's eyes were wide open, blazing red and drooling from his mouth. Count Worley rose up in the coffin and said, is this what you're looking for? Johnny nodded his head, and pleading with the Count said, this isn't real. You're one of the classmates dressed up as the Count to scare me. The Count replied, I don't think so, Johnny. Look into my eyes. Johnny couldn't look away. He gazed into Count Worley's blazing red eyes. The Count stepped out of the coffin and came towards Johnny with his cape wide open and enclosed Johnny's whole body within his cape, and Johnny's neck slightly bent. Count Worley sunk his teeth into Johnny's jugular vein and drained every drop of blood from his trembling body as his screams went unnoticed to the outside world. Then Johnny's lifeless body fell to the cold, dusty floor next to the treasure chest, and the Count said, poor, poor Johnny. How he tried so hard to get the treasure chest, but I could not let him have it as long as I am on this earth. Thousands upon thousands of human beings have found their way down here and dug up the treasure, only to die trying. What a shame, said Count Worley. The Count picked up Johnny's dead body and carried it to the furnace to be burned to a cinder. Then the Count went back to his coffin, ready to be awakened by the next poor soul eager to dig up the Count's treasure. As morning came, the classmates didn't see Johnny at school all day. The classmates wondered if Johnny really came out with the treasure and just skipped town. So the classmates got together and drove to Worley Manor to see for themselves if Johnny was still there too scared to come out. They approached the front door and noticed the board was still nailed to the door, and asked the classmate who was supposed to remove the board to check on Johnny. Why didn't you remove it? Asked one of the classmates. The classmate answered, I was too scared to come alone. Another student pointed at the chimney and said, look, there's smoke coming from the top. No one wanted to go in and see what was burning. Then another student went closer to the chimney and said, it smells like burning flesh. That's all it took. And all the students took off like a rocket and went home to tell their parents the story that they think something terrible happened to Johnny at Worley Manor. The police were dispatched to Worley Manor to find Johnny. As the police scoured the manor, they found no sign of Johnny anywhere, and deciding the students involved were to be taken into the station for questioning. As the police interrogation went on through the night, every student told the same story, and everyone's alibi checked out. There was no need to hold them at the station any longer, so they're all free to go, pending the investigation. The police did follow up on one student claiming that he smelled burning flesh coming from the chimney. Sure enough, there was some DNA evidence left behind that matched Johnny's DNA, so the police ruled Johnny's death was an accident, so the case was closed. Worley Manor was boarded up and off limits to the public. As long as Worley Manor stands, there will always be a Johnny out there determined to search for the buried treasure and once again succumb to Count Worley. The end. Thank you so much for listening to this Drachmonstoller tale. I appreciate it. Please hit the like, share if you can, and if you've not yet subscribed, please consider doing so. Many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel and to the Dracon Stoller collection. This story is called The Seance. Just beyond the hills of Eastern Dale stood an old, dilapidated mansion built in the 1860s. Legend has it that a railroad ran nearby the old mansion, and there was a gang of outlaws that held up the train and stole $250,000 worth of gold and hid it in the mansion. Before the outlaws had a chance to tell where they had hid the gold, they were ambushed inside the estate by the U.S. Marshals. Only 2 of the brothers of one of the gangs survived, but would not tell where they had hid the gold. So, both brothers went to the gallows. To this day, no one has found the gold. One day, when Johnny West and 2 of his closest friends decided they were going to find the gold that the outlaws hid in the dilapidated mansion, they didn't care if it took them all night to find the gold. Johnny said to his 2 friends, "Get your flashlights and sleeping bags. It's going to be a long night." "Johnny, what makes you think we are the chosen ones to find the gold?" asked David. "Have you already forgotten? I'm one of the descendants of one of the outlaws named Saddlestrap Watson that hid the gold in the dilapidated mansion. I'll bring Saddlestrap Watson's shovel and a pickaxe for good luck," said Johnny. "All right, everyone, let's meet at dawn at the mansion around 6 p.m. and we'll cover the grounds to see if the gold is somewhere on the property before we actually go inside the mansion," said Johnny excitedly. Johnny and the boys were checking the grounds of the estate for any signs of gold. Johnny didn't want David and Michael to leave him by himself to search for the gold, so Johnny kept the boys laughing with some of the jokes so they wouldn't give up and want to go. As they're all digging around, Johnny said, "Hey guys, are you having any luck?" David and Michael answered, "No, not a sign of any gold out here." "Johnny, it's going to be dark in about 15 minutes. Why don't we try our luck inside the mansion? Knowing Saddlestrap Watson, he may have hidden it somewhere inside?" asked David. Johnny, David and Michael got their flashlights and shovels and followed suit up against the steps to the mansion. "Johnny, do you still think there's any gold in the mansion? The legend is over 100 years old. You'd think by now someone else would have found the gold," said Michael. Johnny said, "I've done a lot of research. I've not come across anyone claiming the fortune. Let's stop wasting time and get down to business and find that gold. We would not have come this far to give up now. Let's start upstairs and work our way down the cellar. David, you take the attic. Michael, you take the 3 rooms on the left. I'll take the 3 rooms on the right," said Johnny. Everyone was getting frustrated and about ready to give up. "Well, Johnny, what now?" asked David and Michael. "Let's not give up now. We still have the cellar to explore." "Is everyone ready?" asked Johnny. "Yeah," said David and Michael. "Let's go down to the cellar. I know this is where the gold is hidden," said Johnny. David, Michael and Johnny proceeded to the cellar. Everyone had their flashlights shining on the walls, ceiling and floor in the basement. Johnny was searching because he had doubts if there was any gold inside or outside of the mansion. "Johnny, we've all been down in this cellar for about, 4 hours? There's no sign of gold anywhere," said Michael. Michael and David decided to leave Johnny behind to hunt for the treasure by himself. "I've got an idea," said Johnny. "If this doesn't work, you both can leave, and I'll be the laughingstock at school tomorrow." "Okay, what's the plan?" asked David and Michael. "I think we should have a seance and conjure up Saddlestrap Watson to help us find where he hid the gold," explained Johnny. David and Michael started laughing hysterically. "Come on, guys, humour me," said Johnny. "I promise you, if this seance doesn't work, then we'll leave. Luckily, I've been to a couple of seances before as a skeptic. The first one was rigged, but the second one made me a believer in conjuring up the dead. Let's head on upstairs to the dining rooms, and there we can hold the seance." Johnny, Michael and David sat down at the dining room table. Johnny instructed Michael and David to hold hands and concentrate. 20 minutes went by. No saddle strap, Watson, ghost. Just as Michael and David were about to let go of each other's hands, they heard a voice say, "Who dares to disturb my sleep?" This was Saddle Strap Watson. "I do," said Johnny. "We mean you no harm, I assure you. All we want to know is where did you hide the gold?" said Johnny. "If you want to know where I hid the gold, then one of you must die," laughed Saddle Strap Watson. The boys were terrified, immediately got up from the table and raced towards the door to try to escape. But there was no escaping now. All the doors and windows were locked and nailed shut. Saddlestrap Watson said, "Now that I've got your attention, to sit down, we'll draw straws to see who dies first." Michael and David were yelling at Johnny, saying, "Look at the mess you've got us into. We should have left when we didn't find any trace of the gold, but we let you talk us into staying." Johnny said, "I'm sorry. Truly I am." Michael picked up the straws that appeared on the table. The Saddlestrap Watson made appear out of nowhere. Johnny said, "I'll draw the first straw. I'm responsible for the whole mess." "Not so fast, Johnny. I'll draw the first straw," said David. David's hand was trembling because he knew that if he had the shortest straw, he was a dead man. David drew a straw and said, "Oh my God, no. This can't be happening to me." Saddlestrap Watson drew his gun out of his holster, shot poor David dead. David's body went limp, and Michael and Johnny said, "Okay, Saddlestrap Watson, where's the gold?" Saddlestrap Watson said, "The gold is hidden behind a wall in the cellar." Michael and Johnny jumped out of their seats and said, We were just down in the cellar. How did we overlook checking to see if there was something behind the wall?" said Michael. "We can't dwell on that now," said Johnny. Michael and Johnny jumped out of their seats and raced down to the cellar to find the gold. As Michael and Johnny started tapping on the walls, Michael said, "I think there's something behind this wall." Johnny said, Wait until I get over there, I'll help you." By the time Johnny got over to the wall where Michael was, it was too late. Michael stepped inside the wall and dropped 50 feet to his death. Saddlestrap Watson wanted to make sure if someone stepped inside the booby-trapped wall, not only would they fall 50 feet and survive with some broken bones, but to make sure they were dead, Saddlestrap Watson drove 3-foot spikes into the ground to assure him no one could come out alive. The only one left to find the gold now was poor Johnny. Johnny ran back up the stairs of the cellar, but the door locked. Saddlestrap Watson said, "Johnny, I thought you wanted to find the gold." Johnny replied, "I changed my mind. I want to go home." "Too late, Johnny. You will see the hidden treasure, but you will die with it." "Johnny, go behind the stairs and push the wall," said Saddlestrap Watson. Johnny pushed the wall, and sure enough, the wall opened. And there was all that gold he was anticipating on finding. Saddlestrap Watson said, "Johnny, go inside and get you some gold, and why don't you roll around in it?" As Johnny went inside the wall to get some gold, the wall slammed shut. Johnny got his gold, but he wouldn't live long enough to enjoy the treasure. There was only enough air inside the wall to last about an hour, so Johnny lay down beside the gold until his very last breath, regretting even finding it. A search party was put out the next day looking for the 3 boys, but there was no sign of them. Saddlestrap Watson's laugh echoed throughout the mansion. The secret treasure Saddlestrap Watson hid in the estate over 100 years ago will remain a mystery, unless some curious person is lucky enough to survive the ghost of Saddlestrap Watson and enjoy the treasure. But I wouldn't count on it. The end. Thank you for listening to this story. I truly appreciate it. Please hit the like, share if you can, and if you've not yet subscribed, please consider doing so. Many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. So if you hear any snoring in the background, it's just Storm, by the way. This is a story called He Is the Rake, and it's by Carl Saucy. It's new to me, as it is to you. There are some buildings in Waukegan, and now I'm on the terrace of one of them. I look down. How tall? Even so, I will not give up. No way. There will be 12 floors of free fall. Everything indicates that I will not survive. I want to end it all before dark. It would be nice to have a smoke before it's all over. What's the problem? I will not die of lung cancer anyway. I take a drag and feel the smoke burning in my lungs. What a good feeling. I hear the door open. I look to the side and see a woman going through the only door that gives access to the terrace. She is fat and has an ugly and listless face. She looks like a woman 40 or older. She wears old clothes. When she realizes my presence, she takes a cigarette out of the pack and puts it in her mouth. Does it all without taking her eyes off me. What are you doing here? She asks. The same as you, I say, showing the cigarette in my fingers. Who are you? Nobody. Just a guy smoking. I'm going to commit suicide. Showing interest, the woman approaches me and asks, Are you going to jump? Yes. I will. She looks down and comments, Dude, you're going to turn into mince pie when you get down there. I know. But that will be the undertaker's problem. The poor guy will have a lot of work to make me presentable at the funeral. If I know my mother well, she'll want an open casket. There were silence for a few seconds. After a long puff, she asked me seriously, Why are you going to do that? Because of the rake. Who? It's a long story. Okay. I took care of an old little woman here in the building. I played medicine on the old woman, and she won't be up for 5 hours. In this case, I find a place to sit and begin to tell the strange woman the story that led me to commit suicide. It was a Saturday morning. I woke up with the phone ringing. Since I was in bed, it was around 8 a.m. I thought about ignoring it, but the damn phone kept ringing. Hello, I answered. Son? I heard my mother's voice. A voice broke my heart. She was crying. What is it, Mother? Anderson, The woman burst into tears. Anderson was my older brother. He was 35 years old. He was working in Springfield. He'd been living there since last year. I used to hate my brother. Why? He was better than me at everything. Anderson also didn't. He used to miss an opportunity to humiliate me and say that I was a failure in life. Anderson was different from me. He didn't used to drink and smoke. Anderson was always studying and always wanted to get a better job to earn more money. He had a car of the year and was living alone in a nice apartment. And because of other things that I don't want to talk about now, I didn't use to die of love for my brother. What happened to Anderson? I asked my mother, already imagining that he would have finally gotten into some confusion and was no longer Mummy's beloved son. He's dead. What? They murdered Anderson. Honestly, I wasn't waiting, and I wasn't ready for that news. I felt a punch hit my stomach. At the same time, I remember that Anderson had called me the day before, but when I saw his name on my phone screen, I cancelled the call. I still got the message from him minutes later saying he had something important to say to me. I didn't care. What do you want to talk to me about? I asked myself, very sad for ignoring my brother. My mother asked me to go to Springfield to recognise the body, so I went there. Until then, I'd never visited Anderson. He was living in a spacious, well-decorated apartment. In the living room, I saw a large LED TV, a PlayStation 4, stereo system, and a nice sofa. I went to the bedroom where the body was. When I entered, I counted 3 policemen. Everyone had a look of bewilderment. There was also a white-headed man who I thought was a detective because he was wearing a suit and tie. It was the man who asked me, "Are you related to the victim?" "I'm a brother." "What's your name?" "Terry Dodge." "Oh, okay, Terry. I'm Detective Goodwin, and that's Dr. Stecker." "The coroner," he said. "Please come over," said Dr. Stecker. As I approached, my pressure dropped when I saw the body on the bed covered in a sheet. It was a white sheet with bloodstains all over it. I think my pallor caught Dr. Stecker's attention because he asked me, "Are you okay?" I said yes, with the head. Then he asked me another question that I never, even in my worst nightmares, thought of hearing. "Are you ready to recognize your brother's body?" With my silence, the coroner lifted the sheet. The sheet discovered my brother's head. I couldn't recognize much. I knew it was my brother because of his grey eye, the only thing that seemed to have remained intact. It was as if my brother had been in a violent car accident. I put my hand over my mouth to hold the gum and walked away. "Do you want to see the rest of the body?" said the coroner. "No, thanks." "Do you recognise that as your brother?" "Yes, I do." "What's his full name?" "Anderson Dodge." I went to the window and breathed fresh air. Then I turned to Detective Goodwin and asked, "Do you have any idea who might have done this to my brother?" "We're working late," said the detective, scratching his head. "Your brother's not received any visitors, according to the porter. We already looked at the security camera in the hall. No one entered your brother's apartment." "It looks like a very strange case," I said. "It looks like the killer used a sharp knife to kill his brother. And to tell you the truth, it looks more like 10 butchers' knives were used to kill your brother. Does your brother have any enemies?" "Not that I know." "Do you know if he had problems with anyone? Was he in trouble?" "No." The detective tapped me on the back and said, "Don't worry, son. We'll do our best to find the bastard who did this." "Thanks." The detective left me and went to talk to the coroner. Before leaving the room, I saw a table against the corner of the wall. A photo on the table caught my attention. It was an old photo, in which Anderson and I were playing in the playground. I took the photo and went back in time. I went back to a time when my brother and I were children, true friends. On the table I noticed a notebook. It was small, a simple notebook. I did a quick read and noticed that it was my brother's diary. I don't know why, but I snatched that notebook up. Something inside me wanted to allow my brother's infamy exposed to the police, but I didn't want that happening. I took the notebook and sneaked out when I heard the detective's harsh voice. "Hey!" I turned to him with a feeling of, haven't been caught. He approached me and held out a card. "If you hear anything relevant about your brother's murder, call me." "Okay." I put the card in my pocket. The fat woman asked me, "Did the police find out who killed your brother?" "No. The police didn't find out who killed Anderson. But I know who the killer is." "And why didn't you tell the police?" "Because this is the only evidence I have against the killer." Saying that, I take Anderson's diary out of my pocket. I read my brother's diary. In the last days of his life, it hints at more who may have been his killer. I'm going to read to you what my brother wrote in his last days. Then you tell me if the cops would take Anderson's testimony seriously. I opened the notebook on the April 21st, and I started reading to her. "Today, something funny happened. I say funny, not to say scary. When I woke up and got up from the bed, I noticed blood marks on the floor of my room. It weren't really marks, but drops of blood. A line of drops of blood from the bedroom door to my bed. At that moment, I looked at the soles of my feet. No sign of blood. What could it be? I confess that today I couldn't even concentrate at work, just thinking about those drops of blood. This is very strange. If the day started strange for me, it ended better than I could have expected. I took Susan out on a date. We talked a lot. It is difficult to find a woman who has affairs to chat with. I love smart women with whom I can exchange ideas. Susan delighted me. She's very beautiful. April 22nd. First, the drops of blood. Now earlier today, when I got up, I noticed a puddle of saliva at the foot of my bed. Yeah, saliva. It was slimy, disgusting liquid. By God, there was not saliva of a human. I looked under the bed. I searched every room in my apartment. I searched every corner wanting to find... Find what? In my mind, there must be a dog, cat, or whatever animal that's hiding in my apartment. I took advantage of it Saturday and took Susan to the cinema. We watched Logan. When Susan rested her head on my shoulder, I stroked her hair and felt my heart beat faster. Am I falling in love? I just know that I look forward to seeing Susan every minute. I asked her out tomorrow, but she refused. I regretted asking her out. I have to go more slowly. At least, I didn't force her to make the next appointment. We stayed to talk during the week. The best thing would be to wait for her to call. I must wait for her to miss me. I think that's what I'm going to do. April 23rd. Before going to bed last night, I checked every window in my apartment. All were very well closed. I checked the front doors and the balcony door. No way for anyone to get in here. I looked under the bed and checked the closet. I was completely alone and isolated in my room. I woke up during the night and felt something brushing my legs, as if someone was sitting at the edge of the bed. Everything was dark. I tried to get up, but I couldn't. Something touched my throat. Something sharp. I thought it was a blade. If I did the least bit of movement, I was sure that this blade would tear through my throat. A hidden force immobilized me. The cold touch of that blade went down my throat, and I could feel it lightly scratching my skin. It passed over my chest and went to the middle of my belly. It was like someone was smoothing a knife point into my body. I opened my mouth to scream, but no sound came out of my throat. Not even a groan. The tip of the blade went to my chin and began to smooth the skin on my face. In that instant, I felt a hot breath, a rotten smell. And if there was carrion on top of me, it was that I had heard a dry voice, a voice that was not human, saying, "Reek, reek, reek." After hearing this, I blacked out. I just woke up this morning. I thought everything that happened was a nightmare. A terrible nightmare. My head was wet with sweat. My room was still dark because of the closed shutter. I was afraid to open it. I was afraid to light up my room. I was afraid to see drops of blood on the floor. I was afraid to see what I didn't want. I gathered courage and opened the shutter. Everything was in order. No drops of blood. No dog saliva. Nothing unusual. What a relief. It was at this moment that I doubted myself. Had I seen drops of blood? Had I seen the puddle of dog saliva? Was it all just imagination? I decided not to think anything about it. I left my room and went to the bathroom. Looking at myself in the mirror, I realized everything was real. My face. The skin on my face was all scratched. Scratches that went from near the left eye to the corner of the mouth. It's like someone had scratched my face with a knife. I stayed for a few minutes analysing my image in the mirror. Even though I didn't want to admit it, what happened at night was not a nightmare or a harmless hallucination. Someone was inside my room. They scratched my face with a knife. Rick. What will that mean? I'm already an adult, and I'm here afraid to sleep. Fear of sleeping alone. That shames me. I'm afraid to sleep. I'm afraid to sleep and the rake kills me. Am I going crazy? April 24th. As usual, I locked my bedroom door when I went to sleep. Thank God nothing happened. I think the prayer worked. It took me a long time to fall asleep, but I slept soundly. I woke up and saw nothing unusual, everything in order. What I found more strange were the scratches on my face. Those scratches would take at least a week to heal, but disappeared completely. I decided that I would not think about what may have happened. I decided not to seek explanations. I don't want to go crazy. I'm just waiting for Susan to call me. I've decided I will not run after her. I will wait for her to call me. April 25th. It was a boring Tuesday. I don't think Susan's going to call me. The worst thing is that I can't stop thinking about her. I have to be honest. I haven't felt that in a long time. I haven't felt this attraction to a woman in a long time. I just hope this attraction doesn't end after I have sex with Susan. I'm looking to settle down. April 27th. Yesterday I didn't write, and it was for a good reason. Susan called. I thought it would take longer. She called and we arranged to leave. Even though it was Wednesday, we went to enjoy a little bar. She accepted my invitation to dinner here in my apartment on Friday. I have to buy flowers, a box of chocolates, and condoms. April 28th. My hands are shaking as I write. I'm nervous and scared. Sick. I even did something I never imagined doing. I called my brother, as I expected. Terry did not answer me. In this horrible moment, I can only vent with one brother and no one else. I can't even tell my best friend what's going on in my head. Only my brother could understand me. Even though he was not a friend of mine, he would understand me, because we have the same blood. How I wanted to hear his voice. How I wanted him to help me. But Terry didn't take my call. I'm alone. All my despair is the name. Rake. The demon is disturbing my nights and destroying my mind. I saw him. Damn. I saw the rake. It was this morning. I woke up in the middle of the night and felt something rubbing against my leg. I opened my eyes. Even though it was dark, I could see something sitting on the edge of my bed near my feet. I could make out the silhouette of a stooped man. At the same moment, I switched on the lamp on the nightstand. What was it that I saw? I wanted to run, do anything, but the fear immobilized me from head to toe. The figure sitting on the edge of my bed was neither a man nor an animal. His body was deformed and crooked. His skin was wrinkled and scarred. Yellowed skin and the colour of spoiled meat. His head was bald and he had no ears. In place of hands and fingers, I saw long, pointed claws. Very long claws. These claws were smeared with blood. Very slowly, he turned his head to me, so I could see his face. It was a dissected face. It was not a human face. Slimy saliva dripping from his mouth. His eyes were two white spheres that shone in the dim light of the lamp. I had a feeling of being sucked into those terrible white eyes. He opened his mouth and I heard his voice as if his mouth was right next to my ear. Rake. 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 Suddenly I was weak. My head started to spin. I blacked out. I woke up this morning. No one in my room or my apartment. I didn't find a broken door. I wanted to believe that everything was just a nightmare, but the smell is in my room. The stench of wet dog mixed with the smell of rotting meat impregnated my room. It's the smell. I know that. It's the smell of the rake. I didn't go to work. I didn't want anyone to notice my nervousness. I wanted to be alone and isolated so that no one could have called me crazy. I called Susan and I cancelled our meeting. I don't know what to do. I don't know who to ask for help. Why are these things happening to me? Why is the rake after me? What did I do? I don't know if I can sleep anymore. I need to stay awake and watchful. I know the rake will kill me while I'm sleeping. That was the last entry in Anderson's diary, I say, and I close a small notebook. He was found dead on April the 29th. So what do you think about this? The fat woman looks at me indifferently. It all looks like that a madman writing it, maybe, she replies. You're right. Nothing seems to make much sense. Are you going to jump out of this building because this rake guy killed your brother? Asks the fat woman while she smokes a cheap cigarette. I shake my head negative. Don't you see my eyes? I see. I haven't slept in 4 days. Why? Because of the rake. Do you also see otherworldly creatures coming in your room? I also thought my brother had gone crazy. Rake. What the hell was that? I didn't give much credit. Lord, I call Detective Goodwin to report Anderson's diary. I put this thing aside for months until last week. I stopped talking and take a deep breath. Oh, I get up and go to the railing. I keep my back to the fat woman and continue. I woke up to go to the bathroom and saw the rake sitting in the edge of my bed. It was the same way my brother described it in his diary. The rake turned to me, showed me his claws, and ran on all fours, like a dog, out of the room. I followed him, but I didn't find him anywhere in my house. I haven't slept since. And I will do the same to me as he did to my brother. And if you had seen what he did to Anderson, you would also agree with me that jumping off the building and crashing to this ground is a better death. I sit on the railing. I still don't understand why exactly you're going to kill yourself, says the fat woman. Perhaps I don't even understand it myself. But I try to explain. Imagine that a murderer points a gun at your head and says he will kill you. But first, he orders you to turn around. You turn around and know that you have a cocked weapon ready to hit a bullet in the back of your head. Imagine the sensation. You think you will be shot and you will die soon. But the killer does not shoot. And you look forward, and the longer he takes to shoot, the more you go crazy with anxiety. You start thinking about the pain, what will happen, that everything will end, that there is no escape. The expectation of knowing that you're going to die is worse than death itself. Rake is doing this to me. I know it will kill me. I know I have no salvation. There is no point in calling the police. There is no point in changing cities or countries. There is no use hiding at the bottom of the cave. The rake will appear while I am sleeping, and it will kill me with its claws. It will tear my body apart like a meat shredder. I know all this will happen, and I can't sleep anymore. I want to get this over with. The fat woman looks at me. I suspect she does not believe anything I've told her. Maybe she thinks I'm just a depressed guy who decided to kill himself because he doesn't see any sense in life anymore. It is likely. The funny thing is that, so far, she hasn't done or said anything to stop me. Without saying goodbye, I jump. Now I am falling. I extend my arms. I feel my body cutting through the air. There is nothing to hold on to. I close my eyes. Now the rake must look for someone else to disturb. He should look for another victim during the night. Yeah, maybe he's already watching you. Perhaps, while watching you, rake will be wondering where he will start to tear your body. And could it be through the belly, pulling your guts out? Start by pulling your brain out. I think he starts cutting off your feet and goes up your legs, just so you feel the pain of dying very slowly. Take a test. Leave a camcorder overnight in your room and see if the rake will visit you. You already know then what's going to happen to you. The end. Thank you for listening to this wonderful tale. He is Rake. Many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel and to the stories by Drac von Stoller. This one's called Hell Hath No Fury. If you hear any snoring in the background, it's just Storm, mainly. Penny thought she met the man of her dreams until she came home earlier than usual on a stormy night, just days before their first anniversary together. She opened the door to the bedroom they shared with each other, and she dropped her purse and said, "What the hell is going on here?" Her fiancé Jack said, "It's not what you think." "Then what the hell is it?" said Penny in an angry voice. "Penny, I can explain," said her confident fiancé. "I think I need to leave," replied Jan, the woman in Jack's bed. "Jack, do you realize what you've done?" asked Penny. Penny picked up her purse from off the floor and turned her back to both of them and said, "You haven't heard the last of this by a long shot." Jack yelled out to Penny as she slammed the door behind. "Penny, please come back. We can work this out." Penny's response was, "I'm not coming back. It's over between us." Jack yelled out to her once more, but all he heard was silence. And his little one-night stand said, You didn't tell me there was another woman in your life besides me, said Jan in an upset state of mind. Jan got dressed and stormed out of the house. Jack sat on his bed with his hands over his face, realizing how a few minutes of pleasure turned his whole world upside down. Jack tried his best for many days, calling Penny on his cell phone, texting her, but to no avail. Penny was a scorned woman, and a scorned woman isn't so forgiving, which can have disastrous results for whoever cheats on a woman. After about a week, Penny finally talked to Jack on the phone, but pretended to be sympathetic to the sin. The sin that he committed in the home they both shared, and had been discussing wedding plans for that year, just the day before the affair happened. Penny said in a soft voice, "Jack, why don't you come over to my new apartment? We can talk things over." Jack felt a sigh of relief and hung up the phone, jumped in his car with a grin on his face, thinking she was ready to forgive his one-night stand. Instead, Jack would be entering into a trap that would have fatal consequences. Jack arrived about 15 minutes later to Penny's apartment and was greeted at her front door with a fake smile on her face as she let him in. Penny said, as Jack was complimenting her about the apartment, "Jack, why don't you come into the kitchen and sit down and have dinner with me?" Jack graciously accepted and sat down at the kitchen table, where an excellent meal was being prepared, for the both of them, by Penny. Jack felt like he was the man and said to himself, if she can forgive me for cheating on her, she can forgive me for anything. But he was dead wrong, was about to be eating his last meal. As they were eating their dinner, Penny watched every bite that entered Jack's mouth, knowing any minute his head would hit his plate and pass out. Sure enough, Jack's head hit his plate moments later, and he was out like a light. But Penny knew it wouldn't be for long, so she quickly put a plan in motion and brought him into her bedroom and tied his hands and feet to the four posts of the bed. Then she put on a skimpy nightie and went into the kitchen to get a butcher's knife. When she returned to the bedroom, Jack awoke and said, "What's going on?" Penny chimed in and said, "I thought we'd have a little dessert before we say goodbye, if you know what I mean." Jack didn't object, and just as Jack was having the time of his life, Penny pulled the butcher's knife from behind her back and said, "I don't think you'll need this anymore." Jack's life was over with one cut of the blade. Penny cut off Jack's family jewels, causing him to bleed to death. She went a step further and cut out his heart. If that wasn't enough, she decided to dismember his body and put the body parts into trash bags, take them to a landfill to get rid of the evidence. What a price Jack paid for a few minutes of pleasure. I went to pieces, literally, over his fatal mistake. Well, let's be honest, there's stories like that worldwide, right? A woman scorned is a very dangerous thing indeed. Thank you for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel, and to another story by Drak Stoller. This one's from his pirate sort of selection, and it's called Pirate Ghost Ships. During the year 1629, a fearsome pirate ship known as the Salty Dog ruled the vast expanse of the seven seas with an iron grip, leaving a trail of death and destruction in its wake. For 7 long and treacherous years, the crew of the Salty Dog plundered and looted every vessel unfortunate enough to cross their path. Their reign of terror was notorious, and the very mention of their names sent shivers down the spines of sailors far and wide. Under the command of the ruthless Captain Blackthorn, the Salty Dog struck fear in the hearts of sailors from every corner of the globe. With its tattered sails, ominous black flag, and crew of cutthroats, the ship was a living embodiment of terror. The crew members, hardened by years of merciless raids, bore tattoos and scars that told stories of battles won and lives lost. But the tides of fate are ever shifting, and even the most feared of pirates can meet their end. As the sun dipped below the horizon on a fateful evening, the crew of the Salty Dog engaged in their usual revelry, unaware of the approaching danger. On the distant horizon, another pirate ship, the Scallywag, lurked like a shadow in the mist. Captain de Planck, a cunning and ambitious pirate, commanded the scallywag with an air of confidence that revelled blackthorns. De Planck's lust for power and riches were insatiable, and he believed that his ship was destined to surpass the legacy of the Salty Dog. With a crew of equally ruthless scoundrels, the scallywag embarked on a mission to seize control of the seas and claim dominion over the pirate realm. The encounter between the two pirate ships was a clash of titans. Cannons roared, and the sea was painted with fiery bursts of light as the Salty Dog and the scallywag battled for supremacy. The thunderous roar of cannons echoed across the waves, drowning out the cries of the dying and the clash of steel against steel. As the battle raged on, both ships suffered heavy casualties, their decks awash with blood and chaos. In a cruel twist of fate, a sudden gust of wind shifted the balance of power. The Salty Dog, weakened by years of combat and wear, found itself unable to weather the storm that the scallywag had unleashed. In a matter of hours, the Salty Dog was reduced to a battered wreck, its once proud mast now splintered and broken. The final cannon blast struck the ship's powder kegs, igniting a massive explosion that sent debris and flaming wreckage scattering across the sea. The crew of the scallywag watched triumphantly as the inferno consumed their rivals, the flames illuminating their triumphant grins. But their victory would be short-lived. Over the next year, the scallywag continued its reign of terror, its crew believing that they were invincible. However, their arrogance and overconfidence proved to be their undoing. As months turned to weeks and weeks to days, the scallywag's once mighty hull began to deteriorate. The crew's neglect of maintenance and repairs had weakened the ship's structure, leaving it vulnerable to the forces of nature. It was a stormy night, with dark clouds billowing across the sky, waves crashing against the ship's sides, but the scallywag met its inevitable fate. The crew's laughter and boasts were drowned out by the howling wind and the creaking of the ship's timbers. The sea, always unpredictable, rose up in a furious rage, its towering waves battering the scallywag from all sides. Captain de Planck's confidence was shattered as he watched his once mighty vessel succumb to the merciless fury of the storm. The wooden planks groaned and the ship pitched and rolled, its masts snapping like twigs. Desperation filled the air as the crew fought to keep the ship afloat, but their efforts were in vain. With a final thunderous crack, the scallywag's hull split apart, water rushing in to claim its prize. As the ship sank beneath the waves, the crew of the scallywag were shattered like driftwood, their dreams of domination swallowed by the depths. Captain de Planck's arrogance had led to their downfall, just as the arrogance of the Salty Dog's captain had sealed their own fate. And so, the legacy of the Salty Dog and the scallywag became the stuff of pirate legend, a cautionary tale whispered among sailors and recounted around tavern hearths. The sea, unforgiving and capricious, had claimed them both, a reminder that even the most fearsome of conquerors could be brought to their knees by the very element they sought to conquer. The end. Thank you for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel and to the stories by Drac von Stoller. This one's called Alien Invasion. Space exploration went just a little too far in the cosmos. This started an alien invasion. A human-crewed spacecraft called the Cosmos from the US that uses antimatter as its fuel source went off course into another galaxy, crash-landed on a planet called Xenon. The two astronauts survived the crash landing, but their spaceship was too damaged to make a successful flight back to Earth. Their hopes for returning were slim to none, unless alien life on the planet would offer any hope for the two astronauts to find a way back to their world. As the two astronauts exited their spaceship in search of help, sigh of relief was just yards away because two aliens were heading in their direction. The two astronauts were smiling and trying to communicate the best they could, but the aliens didn't care about what these two astronauts had to say. They they just wanted them off their planet, and that meant killing them, so be it. The two aliens looked at each other and said something in their language, turned to the two astronauts, and spoke in English to them, saying, "What planet are you from?" One of the astronauts said, "Planet Earth." One of the aliens said, "We need to know your coordinates so we can get you both back to your planet." The two aliens followed the two astronauts back to their spaceship, and they gave the aliens the coordinates to Earth. Then the two aliens and astronauts left the spacecraft, and one of the aliens said, "You both won't need your spacecraft anymore." Then pointed a silver rod at the spaceship, and it vanished into thin air. One of the astronauts said in an angry voice, "What the hell did you do that for?" The two aliens laughed and pointed another silver instrument at the two astronauts, paralyzing them, but they were still coherent of their surroundings. The two astronauts' bodies levitated under the alien spacecraft, and they were strapped into their seats so they could watch the destruction of their planet. Not one, but a whole fleet of alien spacecraft would be heading towards planet Earth from the planet Xenon. It only took about a few hours for the alien spacecrafts from planet Xenon to reach Earth's atmosphere. As the alien fleet descended upon Earth's atmosphere, panic and chaos spread like wildfire across the globe. Governments scrambled to understand the nature of the threat and coordinate a response. But communication with the invading aliens proved nearly impossible. Attempts to establish contact were met with radio silence or cryptic messages that only deepened the mystery of their intentions. The world watched in fear as the sky was filled with an array of dazzling lights as the alien ships entered Earth's atmosphere. The scale of the invasion was unprecedented, and humanity's most advanced weapons seemed feeble against the superior technology of these extraterrestrial aggressors. The aliens' energy shields effortlessly repelled missile strikes and fighter jet attacks, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. As cities burned and societies teetered on the brink of collapse, a sense of unity began to emerge among the nations of Earth. A global summit was hastily convened. Leaders from every corner of the planet put aside their differences to form a united front against an alien threat. Scientists, engineers, and military strategists collaborated to decipher the aliens' weaknesses and develop a plan to save the Earth from total annihilation. And meanwhile, on the alien mothership, the two stranded astronauts were held captive. Confined in a sterile chamber, they were subjected to tests and examinations. The aliens were intrigued by these unexpected visitors from another world, but their initial hostility began to wane as they gained insight into the astronauts' motives. Through a series of gestures and basic communication attempts, a fragile rapport started to form. Back on Earth, humanity managed to reverse engineer some of the alien technology salvaged from failed attacks. A breakthrough came when a brilliant physicist named Dr. Evelyn Rodriguez uncovered a vulnerability in the aliens' energy shielding system. Their shields were designed to repel energy-based attacks, but the interference patterns of certain natural phenomena like lightning storms disrupted the shield's effectiveness. This discovery opened a window of opportunity for humanity. The world's scientists and engineers worked tirelessly to modify existing weaponry and create new devices that could exploit the vulnerability. Fighter jets were equipped with specially designed cannons that fired bolts of energy, mimicking the interference pattern of lightning. These modified weapons proved effective in weakening the shields of the smaller alien vessels. But the challenge remained of taking down the colossal mothership. Back in the alien chamber, the two astronauts had managed to establish rudimentary communication using a combination of gestures, drawings, and limited vocabulary the aliens had shared with them. Through this makeshift language, the astronauts conveyed Earth's plight and the catastrophic consequences of an invasion. The aliens, who had initially seen humanity as a threat, began to question the morality of their actions. As the two sides grappled with their newfound understanding, the final battle against the alien fleet commenced. Earth's defense forces, armed with their modified weaponry, engaged the invaders in a fierce confrontation. The skies erupted in brilliant displays of energy as the combined forces of humanity fought for their very survival. The two stranded astronauts, having earned a measure of trust from the aliens, were released from their captivity and allowed to observe the unfolding conflict from the mothership. With the new weaponry proving effective, the tides of battle began to shift. One by one, the alien ships fell from the sky, their energy shields compromised by Earth's ingenious countermeasures. The pivotal moment came when Dr. Rodriguez's team devised a way to transmit interference patterns directly into the mothership's shield. This was something that destabilized the aliens' defenses. As the shields faltered, a coordinated assault by Earth's remaining forces targeted critical points on the mothership. Explosions rocked the vessel, and in a blinding flash of light, it was sent hurtling towards the planet's surface. The impact was catastrophic, unleashing a shockwave that devastated the area around the crash site. In the aftermath, the tense silence fell over the planet. Humanity had prevailed, but at great cost. The wreckage of the alien mothership lay as a solemn reminder of the conflict that had unfolded. Amidst the ruins, the two astronauts emerged, having survived the crash. They were greeted with cheers and tears of relief, hailed as heroes who had played a pivotal role in her salvation. The events of the invasion had irrevocably changed humanity. The experience of facing a common existential threat had forged bonds between nations that transcended previous divisions. In the aftermath, a new era of cooperation and understanding began. Earth's united front against an alien invasion had laid the groundwork for a lasting global alliance, aimed at exploring the stars and fostering peace across the cosmos. As humanity continued to rebuild, they remembered the lessons learned from the encounter with the extraterrestrial aggressors. The two astronauts, once strangers in an alien world, became symbols of hope and resilience, a reminder that even in the face of the overwhelming odds, humanity's capacity for ingenuity and unity could prevail. And so, the story of an alien invasion that had nearly brought Earth to its knees ultimately became a testament to the strength and determination of the human spirit. The end. Thanks for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel and to the collection of stories by Drac von Stoller. This is called The Legend of the Headless Pirate, and it does say it's a new edition from 2019, though it was first written in 2017. Sometimes legends should stay buried in the past, but there's always a curious person that has to be sure the legend is correct, and then they will be satisfied. Then there is a chance that digging it up can have far more significant consequences, such as death. But usually, that thought doesn't even enter the person or person's mind. The results can be fatal. The curious feeling, it's worth the risk. Here comes the foolhardy, and the story begins with Dr. Stephen Brace. He had just received his PhD in archaeology and was feeling pretty cocky and was ready to have his name alongside of the famous archaeologists before even the history books. As for this doctor, the only name he would be getting for himself would be his name listed in the obituaries. The good old doctor started researching some legends. One caught his eye. It was about pirates that had buried treasure on an island called Dead Man's Island. Legend has it that the island had buried treasure that was buried somewhere on Dead Man's Island in the Atlantic Ocean. A pirate ship that was sailing next to the island was called the Ghost Dog. The captain decided it would be an excellent place to bury their treasure. So the boat dropped the anchor and lowered a small boat into the water to take the captain and his 3 men to shore to bury their treasure. Once the pirate ship reached the beach, they were able to find a small cave on the island. There they would bury the treasure. Just as the treasure was being buried, they were greeted by natives on the island. Instead of a warm welcome by the natives, they were poked with spears, then beheaded, and left in the cave along with their treasure to rot. Dr. Brace read the legend, but since all this happened centuries ago, pirates didn't exist anymore and no natives were on the island, he felt he would have no problem finding the treasure. The rest, that would be history. Think again, Dr. Brace. He forgot that some archaeologists had lost their lives going after the big one. So, what makes him think this couldn't happen to him as well? Dr. Brace was also an experienced pilot and was eager to charter a twin-engine plane to fly to Dead Man's Island. Soon as he got his passport and had the aircraft inspected and cleared for flight, he would be on his way. Days later, Dr. Brace had all the proper documentation and the plane cleared for departure. Upon arrival at the local airport, the skies were blue and no bad weather was in the forecast. Dr. Brace was happy that the day finally arrived and would be on his way within a few days to find the buried treasure. Going at this venture alone would be a big mistake on Dr. Brace's part, but he was full of himself, so it didn't even cross his mind. Dr. Brace boarded the plane and sat down in the pilot's seat, put on his headset, checked his instruments, then was given the signal over the radio from the tower to start the plane's engine and steer the aircraft to the runway and wait for further instructions for takeoff. This is Control Tower. Are you ready for takeoff? This is Flight 19 and ready for takeoff, replied Dr. Brace. What a coincidence that the number on his plane was 19, which made him feel a little more special, being that it would be flying over the Bermuda Triangle, just like the famous disappearance of Flight 19, which consisted of a group of 5 planes. They all disappeared in the Bermuda Triangle on December the 5th, 1945. It was time to take off, so he put his hand to the throttle, pushed it forward. The plane accelerated down the runway, and up and away the plane rose off into the blue skies. The flight would take roughly a couple of hours to reach Dead Man's Island, provided there was no unforeseen delays. Well, it won't be long before I'm digging my hands into the treasure chest and my face all over major newspapers back home with the headlines, Dr. Brace, archaeologist discovers centuries-old treasure that was buried by pirates on Dead Man's Island. I'll be rich and famous, just like I dreamed it would be. First, Dr. Brace's plane had to pass over the Bermuda Triangle, and even if he makes it without incident to Dead Man's Island, he still has to pass back over it on his return trip home. Sure enough, as his plane approached the area of the triangle, a storm set in and visibility wasn't so great, so he had to rely on his compasses and hope for the best. As Dr. Brace was in contact with the control tower, he said, "Mayday, mayday, I'm going through some heavy turbulence and think my plane is going down." Luck must have been on his side. He made it through without a scratch, but lost radio contact with the tower as he was flying into the storm clouds. Finally, his plane landed safely on Dead Man's Island. He got on his radio and tried to make contact with the tower to let them know he had made it to his destination. But he was too far out of range, and all he heard was static over the radio. Every time he tried to make contact, static was all he heard. So he said to himself, "When I find the treasure, my plane is in range of the tower. I'll let them know I'm coming home and everything is okay." When he stepped off the plane, the weather was beautiful, as was the ocean. He yelled out, hoping someone on the island would hear him, but all he heard was complete silence. The island was uninhabited for many years, so the doctor was on his own to search for the cave where the pirate's treasure was buried. He did have a map in his briefcase that would direct him in the right direction, but before he started his journey, he sat on the ground, ate some food, drank some water that he brought along with him on the trip. After he had finished eating, he closed his eyes and raised his head towards the sun to feel its warmth, and smiled and said, "This is a dream come true. I can't believe I'm going to be famous and very rich soon." He opened his briefcase and pulled out the map, studied it very carefully, before heading deep into the island in search of that cave with treasure. Then he climbed back in his plane and gathered a shovel, a metal detector, a backpack, so he would be prepared for the journey. Being that the doctor had never been on a tropical island before, and not knowing what creepy crawly things might be on the island, and no one to make him aware of any dangers that may lie ahead, he was definitely on his own. If anything went wrong, no one would be there to save him. But the doctor was too focused on getting to that cave and getting his hands on treasure. These things never crossed his mind. Well, it looks like I better get on with it. It'll be dark in a few hours, making it harder for my search, said the doctor. Off he went into the unknown, but he wouldn't have to wait long for darkness, because it came sooner than expected. After all, the clouds set in, covering up the sunlight that shone down on the island, making it easier for him to guide himself with his search. As in any pursuit, nothing ever goes smoothly. The path leading to the cave was not clear, so he had to hack his way with a machete through overgrown vegetation. Even though the sun wasn't shining down on his body, it was still sweltering. The doctor was beginning to sweat. He started feeling a little weak, so he stopped for a moment to catch his breath, take a few drinks from his canteen filled with cold water. As he wiped the sweat from his forehead, a big smile came across his face. There it is. Then he glanced down at the map, showing where the cave that had the headless pirate's treasure was located. Just as he was about to step forward, a snake slithered over his feet. The doctor held his breath and didn't move, and just let the snake pass by. The doctor said, "That was a close one." He carefully stepped forward, hacking a path to the cave with his machete. Then all of a sudden, he lost his balance and fell next to a palm tree. Then, as he looked up, a spider, the size of his hand, was on the tree next to his face. He freaked out and jumped to his feet. "This is crazy. I want to get to that cave and get that treasure and leave and never come back." His ego was beginning to diminish, as he was having second thoughts about going through with the plan. But he kept telling himself he was going to make it, and since he's already made it this far, it would be pointless to give up now. So he pressed forward, getting ever so close to the entrance of the cave. Finally, the cave was about 50 yards in sight. Then he thought he saw a figure of a man at the entrance to the cave, and he said to himself, maybe it's one of those headless pirates. Then the doctor laughed and laughed, thought his mind was playing tricks on him. When he reached the entrance, he shined his flashlight inside the cave and didn't see any figure of a man the doctor thought that he saw. But he did see what appeared to be gold coins on the ground, and immediately went over to check it out. The doctor shined his flashlight onto the ground, and sure enough, there were a few gold coins. He knew the treasure chest would be close. Then he decided he needed to gather some wood to make a fire to light up the cave. It would give him ample time to search for the treasure, as long as he had light. He built a fire and got his metal detector, and set the sensor for gold. At about 20 minutes later, he got a hit, got his shovel out and started digging. The doctor was feeling excellent about now, and after about 3 feet into the dig, he hit something hard. The more he dug, the more he knew what he was about to find. Sure enough, he found the chest, pulled it out of the ground above the hole he dug. Then he opened the chest, and there was hundreds of gold coins and priceless jewels. The doctor couldn't believe his eyes that he had found the pirate's treasure, and was going to be rich and famous when he returned to the States. When the doctor raised his head, there standing at the back of him were 4 headless pirates and the headless captain. They put their cold, dead hands around the doctor's throat. Before the doctor could say anything, the life was choked out of him. The captain then twisted the doctor's head off his shoulders, threw the doctor's severed head to the ground. Then the headless pirates vanished into thin air, only to reappear when the next curious soul decides to try and steal the headless pirate's treasure once again. It looks like the doctor won't be rich after all, but one thing is for sure, he will become another Bermuda Triangle mystery, since he lost radio contact with the control tower right over that area. Whenever a search party is sent out for him, they won't find any trace of him or his plane. No one will think to search for him on Dead Man's Island either, so his dead body will rot in the cave next to the treasure he wanted so badly. Who knows? Maybe another young archaeologist like Dr. Brace will become fascinated with the legend about the headless pirate's buried treasure on Dead Man's Island, be lucky enough not to lose their heads over it and live to tell the tale. And that's the end of that particular story. Thank you for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, and welcome back to my channel and to another Dracon story. This is called The Deadly Encounter. Finally, man went a little too far in the cosmos in the year 2027 with his technological advances. Our ancestors, the grey aliens, stepped in to put a stop to all of the death and destruction on planet Earth. Too much power and no regard for human life led to a downward spiral to self-destruction of the human race. The Greys, that's aliens, thought giving advancements in technology would be a good thing for the interstellar space program. Not long after this breakthrough technology was in force, Dan Majors, who was in charge of the space program, let power and greed get in the way. Dan started experimenting on his employees, but his little experiments were becoming less amusing, which just angered him. Dan had been forewarned by the aliens that there could be unforeseen side effects. Being that humans don't have the same genetic makeup as aliens, Dan didn't care because his ego was on fire. He felt like he was a god, having his new technology that the rest of the human race wasn't benefiting from at all at the moment. Dan was getting bored with bragging and demonstrating to his employees this new technology, and as he was sitting at his desk in his office, he had a brainstorm idea that he thought was cool. His idea was that he would set up a mock meeting with the aliens. Then while they were discussing this new technology, he would pretend he had an emergency phone call. But he had other plans, and those plans were to take the alien spaceship for a ride in the galaxy. Dan's little plan went on without a hitch, and his ego was at an all-time high, and was able to board the alien spaceship. As Dan was messing around with the controls on the spacecraft lifted off the ground. The spacecraft was flying erratically around the city. Dan found the laser control and started firing the laser at any building that he passed. Dan was unaware that the aliens knew his every move, because they are the ones that gave him these powers. Remember, they can also take them away. Dan was about to learn a fatal lesson from the aliens. As Dan was vaporizing building after building, two aliens appeared in their spaceship. Dan turned white as a ghost and said, "I was only having a little fun, that's all," as he was sweating profusely. One of the aliens said to Dan, "It's a shame we trusted you humans. This is what we get in return." Dan pulled a handgun from his jacket and started firing at the aliens, but bullets, they don't affect aliens. Dan threw his gun at the aliens and began pushing buttons on the control panel of the spaceship to try and crash land it. But the aliens disabled the controls with their minds. Dan rushed towards the aliens to try and fight them. That was little use. Then the aliens pulled out some metal object, which let out an ear-piercing pitch that burst Dan's eardrums. Then the aliens took over Dan's mind, directing him to walk over to a metal table and lay down on it. And as Dan lay on the metal table, he undressed. The aliens started dissecting his body, vein by vein, as Dan screamed in agony. Being that he was conscious and was given no anesthetic for the pain, he felt everything until he took his last breath. As soon as his body went limp, the aliens teleported his mangled body back to the space agency on the meeting table, where the aliens and Dan had their meeting. A note was attached to his body. It said, "If any of your primitive earthlings feel that we came here for just fun and games, think again, because you too will get some, as this earthling Dan Majors got for abusing something good for all humanity." The grisly fate of Dan Majors served as a stark reminder to humanity of the consequences of their actions. The message from the grey aliens was clear. Earth's inhabitants needed to recognize the responsibility they held for their planet and their interactions with extraterrestrial beings. News of Dan's demise spread like wildfire across the globe, sparking shock and introspection among people. Governments convened emergency meetings discussing what steps could be taken to prevent such a catastrophe, or to prevent any encounters like this in the future. The incident prompted a worldwide movement advocating the peaceful coexistence and responsibility stewardship of the Earth. Scientists and leaders from various countries began working together to find ways to reverse the damage caused by Dam Major's reckless actions. Environmental restoration efforts were accelerated, and innovative technologies were harnessed to counter the effects of pollution, deforestation, and other harmful activities. The note left by the aliens acted as a catalyst for change. It was translated into countless languages, distributed widely, reminding everyone that the universe was interconnected and that actions on Earth could have far-reaching consequences. The message resonated deeply with people, igniting a global sense of unity and purpose. In the following years, Earth witnessed a transformation. Renewable energy sources were prioritized, leading to a significant reduction in carbon emissions. Afforestation and reforestation projects flourished, rejuvenating ecosystems and providing habitats for countless species. International cooperation and diplomacy became the norm as nations worked together to address global challenges. The great aliens continued to observe Earth from afar, cautiously monitoring the humans' progress. The shift towards responsible behavior was evident to them, and as the years passed, they began to reconsider their stance. They saw that Earth was indeed changing for the better, that the intentions of one individual did not define the entire species. One day, a delegation of great aliens appeared before representatives of the Earth's governments. Their message was one of cautious optimism and contact. The memory of Dam Major's fate had still lingered, but the collective efforts of humanity had demonstrated a sincere desire to change. A new era of Earth's history began as humans and Greys started to exchange knowledge and ideas. Technological advancements were shared. Cultural exchanges opened doors to understanding and cooperation. Through mutual respect and shared goals, a bridge was built between two previously distant civilizations. Dam Major's tragic end served as a turning point, a lesson etched into history books and collective memory. The Earth had faced its darkest hour and emerged with a newfound commitment to harmony, both within its own borders and with the wider universe. And as the years went by, the planet continued to heal, united by the lessons learned from a single individual's misguided actions. That's the end of that story. Interesting. Thank you for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, and welcome back to my channel and to the Dragvon Star collection. This story is called Don't Look Back. We've all heard this before when you're running for your life. Part of you tells your mind to look back. But in the back of your mind, those precious seconds of looking back could cost you your life. But being human and instinct, well, we just can't help ourselves. Here's where the story begins, as legend has it. A man by the name of Luther Jackson lost his head for terrorizing the townspeople of Dedmore. The reason that Luther's head got the axe was that he liked to sneak up on people and scare them, and also run their cars off the road. Luther didn't care what the townspeople thought of his bad behavior. The townspeople were afraid to walk alone during the day and the night, because he would chase them through the town with either a knife or a gun, and Luther wasn't afraid to use either of them to scare the hell out of anyone. Luther's scare tactics finally caught up with him when he set a house on fire, killing the whole family while they slept. The next morning, when the neighbors got wind of what happened, they knew who was responsible for the family's deaths. So they all band together and paid a visit to Luther's house. When Luther answered the door, the townspeople rushed inside, dragged him outside to a tree stump in the front yard, tied his hands and his feet together. And one of the angry townspeople said, "Luther, for killing an innocent family, we think your life should end for what you have done. Do you have any last words?" As Luther's head turned so he could see the townspeople, he said, "Yes, I would like to say something to you all. When my head rolls off my shoulders onto the ground, I will come back from the dead and come for your heads. so you might want to think twice before you cut mine off." The townspeople just laughed. They said, "Cut it off. We've heard enough talk from this piece of trash." One of the men that had subdued Luther pulled out his hunting knife and said, "It would be my pleasure to cut his head off." The man knelt, placing his right knee on Luther's side so he wouldn't move, and proceeded to cut his head off. The man picked up Luther's severed head by his hair and held it high in the air for all the townspeople to see. Luther's body and the severed head were buried in a shallow grave right next to where he met his fate at the tree stump. Around midnight the next evening, something was rumbling beneath the ground in Luther's front yard. It was Luther coming back from the dead as he promised, and ready to seek vengeance on the townspeople. Luther placed his severed head back on his shoulders, went into his shed, got out a machete and said, "I think it's time I made good on my word and go get their heads." He went door to door, chopping every living, breathing human being in each house until the screaming stopped. For generations, the spectre of Luther Jackson had been whispered about around campfires and hushed within the walls of homes. But as the anniversary of his unjust execution approached, something ominous shifted in the atmosphere. Mysterious occurrences plagued the town, each one escalating in intensity. Shadows danced in the moonlight, disembodied whispers echoed through the wind, and objects moved of their own accord. Fear gripped Deadmore, and its once vibrant streets grew desolate. The mayor of Deadmore, a stout man named Nathaniel Graves, realized that the town was on the brink of collapse. He knew that the only way to save his community was to confront the malevolent force that had haunted them for a century. Desperate, he reached out to a renowned group of paranormal investigators known as the Spectral Seekers, led by the fearless and skeptical Rebecca Hartley. The team consisted of tech-savvy Alan Donovan, empathic medium Maya Ramirez, and historian Walter Thornton. Upon their arrival in Deadmore, the Spectral Seekers could feel the weight of the town's fear pressing down on them. The fog seemed thicker, the wind colder, the trees more twisted than anywhere else they had investigated. With determination in their hearts and equipment in hand, they began their investigation. Rebecca studied the history of Luther Jackson, uncovering the painful truth behind his execution. As the team delved deeper, Maya sensed a powerful, residual energy near the ancient oak tree. She reached out to Luther's spirit, attempting to communicate and understand his anger. Her encounter with the tortured soul left her shaken, but she was determined to help him find peace. Alan set up an array of cameras, motion sensors and audio recorders throughout the town, hoping to capture evidence of Luther's supernatural presence. Walter pored over archives and archives, placing together forgotten stories that might hold the key to ending the curse that had befallen Deadmore. As the team's investigations continued, Luther's fury seemed to intensify. Objects hurled themselves across rooms, and spectral figures appeared and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chilling cries echoed through the night. The town's remaining inhabitants sought refuge, barricading themselves in their homes, unable to escape the wrath of a vengeful spirit. Days turned into nights, and the team's exhaustion grew as they struggled to decipher the puzzle before them. It was Mayer who finally understood the source of Luther's anger. He sought not only revenge but justice, a chance to clear his name and reveal the truth about the wrongful execution. Armed with this knowledge, the Spectral Seekers hatched a daring plan. They organized a town meeting, convincing the people to confront their shared history. With Mayer as a conduit, they summoned Luther's spirit to face his accusers, and a solemn trial-like gathering commenced beneath the haunted moonlight. Through Mayer, Luther's voice resonated, recounting the events leading to his death, and unveiling the real culprit behind the crime he had been accused of committing. As the truth emerged, shock and guilt swept through Deadmore's citizens. The malevolent energy that had fueled Luther's anger began to dissipate, replaced by a mixture of remorse and sorrow. Luther's spirit at long last found solace and ascended into the ethereal realm. With Luther's curse lifted, Deadmore began to heal. The fog gradually lifted, revealing the beauty that had long been obscured by fear. The Spectral Seekers departed, their mission accomplished, but the bonds forged between them and the townspeople remained strong. The story of the ghost of Luther Jackson became a cautionary tale, a reminder of the consequences of unchecked prejudice and the importance of seeking truth. Deadmore, once a town gripped by terror, transformed into a place of resilience and unity, forever marked by its encounter with the supernatural and the courage it took to confront its past. The end. And if you didn't get the gist of that story, it was that Luther wasn't the one who actually set the fire. They just accused him because he was one for pulling pranks on people. So they assumed it was him, and it actually wasn't. So therefore the justice that they gave out to him was wrong, because he didn't do it. Thank you for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel and to the Drakon Stories. This one is called Arsenic and Old Lace. Maribel and her husband Henry lived in a cottage nestled in the woods during the late 1800s. They were a delightful couple until the day that they lost their only child, Mabel, to tuberculosis. It hit them both hard, which turned their whole world upside down. Henry started drinking pretty heavily and paying less attention to his wife's needs. Resentment was setting in from his wife, and she decided she had enough. And with a couple pinches of arsenic, Henry was dead. Maribel's love for men soared from that day forward, turning her heart as cold as ice. Months later, lonely, and no one to love because she lost her only child and her husband that she murdered, she decided to give love a chance once more. She said, if this doesn't work out, then I'm through with all men. Maribel was introduced to a wealthy older gentleman in the town by a friend. They got married the next day, even though the two had nothing in common. She didn't care. All she cared about was his money. So if he died, he wouldn't be missed, and she wasn't about to tell him that. After about a month, Mary was ready to put a plan in motion. As her new husband was sitting at the kitchen table, Mary put some arsenic in his tea and sat directly across the table watching as he drank his tea, knowing that any moment he would die. As he was gasping for air, he said, "You poisoned me." Mary laughed. Looks like I'm going to be rich. Her husband yelled out, "Why?" Then his head hit his plate and he was dead. Now that Mary was feeling right about killing, she wasn't about to stop. Mary married 9 more husbands before her murder spree finally came to an end. That ended with husband number 11. As Mary was bringing a tray with tea on it, she got distracted and forgot which cup of the tea had poison in it. Instead of just tossing the 2 cups of tea in the trash can, she just added poison to one of the cups of tea, which just happened to be hers. She sat directly across the table, watching with excitement on her face as they both drank their tea, thinking aloud to herself that soon she would be coming into more money. But that wouldn't be the case this time around. They both drank their tea, and instead of her watching his head hit the plate, both of their heads hit the plate, and they were both dead. Maribel's cottage, once a cosy abode, now held a dark and haunting aura. The deaths of Mary and Henry Bell had left a residue of bitterness and despair that seemed to seep into the very timbers of the cabin. Locals whispered tales of strange sounds, flickering lights, glimpses of figures in old-fashioned clothing roaming the woods around the cabin. Over the decades, the legend of Mary and Henry Bell grew, attracting the attention of paranormal enthusiasts and investigators. One such team, led by renowned investigator Dr. Samantha Turner, decided to take on the challenge of uncovering the truth behind the haunting of the Bell cottage. Dr. Turner's team arrived at the cabin armed with an array of high-tech equipment, electromagnetic field detectors, infrared cameras, voice recorders. They set up their gear and prepared for a night of investigation, determined to communicate with the spirits and put their restless souls at ease. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the cabin took on an eerie glow in the moonlight. The investigators huddled in the living room, where Henry was said to have spent much of his time drinking away his sorrows. Dr. Turner began asking questions, a voice echoing through the dim room. "Mary, Henry, if you're here, please give us a sign." For a moment, nothing happened. Then the temperature in the room plummeted. The investigators shivered as cold drafts swept through. Flickers of the light danced along the walls, casting eerie shadows. A soft whisper echoed, sending shivers down their spines. The investigators worked tirelessly through the night, attempting to communicate with the spirits through EVP sessions and attempting to capture any anomalous phenomena on camera. However, their efforts seemed to escalate the unrest in the cabin. Objects began to move on their own. Disembodied voices filled the air with unsettling laughter. Despite the mounting unease, Dr. Turner was determined to banish the spirits and bring closure to Mary and Henry Bell's tormented souls. She organized a seance, hoping to establish a line of communication and guide them to the light. As the seance began, the atmosphere grew heavy with anticipation. Dr. Turner and her team held hands, their fingers trembling slightly. Mary, Henry, we want to help you find peace. Please, show us a sign that you're willing to move on. Suddenly, the room filled with a blinding light. A bone-chilling wind swept through, extinguishing the candles. The investigators heard a faint sound of laughter, no longer echoing in the distance, but coming from right beside them. The spirits seemed agitated, their energy growing stronger and more malevolent. Unbeknownst to the investigators, the negative energy surrounding Mary and Henry Bell had grown too powerful to be controlled. As they attempted to force the spirits into submission, a sinister force fought back. A cold, invisible grip closed around Dr. Turner's throat, choking off her words. In an horrific turn of events, the investigators found themselves paralyzed with fear as Mary and Henry's malevolent presence overtook them. The once benevolent team was now trapped, their spirits tethered to the very cabin they'd hoped to cleanse. The whispers of Mary and Henry grew louder, their malevolent laughter echoing through the night. The cabin, once a place of warmth and happiness, had turned into a prison for the living and the dead. Local legends grew, now telling stories of ill-fated paranormal investigators who had dared to challenge the vengeful spirits. The cabin itself became a place of dread, avoided by all who knew its dark history. And so, the story of Mary and Henry Bell and their haunting of the cabin continued, but with an added twist. Now joined by the souls of those who had sought to banish them. The boundaries between the living and the dead had blurred, and the cottage remained a timeless nexus of despair and malevolence, forever haunted by the tragic past and the unfortunate fate of those who dared to try and intervene. Thank you for listening to this story, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel and to the Drakbon Story collection. This story is called The Mysterious Disappearance of the Sarah Ann. It was one of the happiest days of Sarah Ann's life. It was spring break, and her father bought a new boat and wanted to surprise his daughter with a first trip in the ocean. Sarah lost her mother a few years ago to cancer, and her father took it hard. Sarah's father knew in his heart no other woman could ever fill that hole. So he just focused on his only daughter, Sarah Ann. He made sure she never did without because of the guilt he had of not always being around because of work. Sarah's father bought the boat so he could spend more time with his daughter and let her see the beauty of the ocean, even though it would be short-lived. Sarah's father blindfolded his daughter and took her to his barn. There's where he hid the boat from Sarah for a surprise. When Sarah entered the barn, her father took off her blindfold and Sarah said, "It's beautiful, Father." Then her father said, "I've got another surprise." He took her by the hand around the other side of the boat and said, "You can open your eyes now." Sarah cried tears of joy and said, "That's my name." Her father chimed in and said, "I named the boat after you, because when you were born, it was the happiest day of your mum and I's lives." Sarah hugged her dad and thanked him. Her father said, "Why don't we take it for a spin?" Sarah said, "That would be so cool. I can only be gone for an hour because I promised my friends I would go with them to our spring break in Cancun, Mexico." Her father replied, "That's fine. I know you're excited about going on this trip, and there will always be more trips on the boat in the days to come. Remember, I was once young too, and I couldn't wait to go on spring break with my friends, so no big deal. Sarah's father hooked up the boat to his truck, and the two drove happily to the dock and set sail in the ocean on a bright, beautiful sunny day. Even though Sarah's father read the stories about the Bermuda Triangle, he just thought they were all explainable, not mysterious disappearances as written about in many books. It's a shame Sarah's father didn't take the stories to heart, because if he had, he would have stayed at a safe distance from the shoreline and would not enter into the triangle to test the stories. But, well, he will find out shortly why it is called the Bermuda Triangle. Sarah and her father arrived at the boat dock and boarded the Sarah Ann and set sail into the Bermuda Triangle happy as can be. Sarah was soaking in the sun while her father was steering the boat more profound and deeper into the heart of the Bermuda Triangle, when in just a matter of minutes dark clouds were forming. A fierce storm was heading their way. Sarah watched as the sun was disappearing behind the clouds and could hear thunder crackle in the distance. Sarah came up to her father and said, "Father, don't you think we should start heading back to shore now? It looks like a storm is heading our way." Sarah's father said, "We've only got 30 minutes left. Why don't we enjoy this a little bit? It's only a bit of time, and I promise I'll take the boat back to shore." "Okay," replied Sarah. About 10 minutes later, the compass on the Sarah Ann was spinning in all kinds of directions. Then the storm hit. Sarah's father could not see land and was starting to panic. He got on his radio to call the Coast Guard for help. But when he reached them, his radio started breaking up, and all the Coast Guard could hear him say, "This is the Sarah Ann. I think we're lost. Please help." The static on the radio, that's all that was heard next. The Coast Guard immediately did a search but found no trace of the boat, the Sarah Ann, and had to wait until the next day to conduct a more thorough search. They had to do it, you see, by air and ocean. When morning came and the sky was clear and the Coast Guard's hours of searching for the lost Sarah Ann produced nothing, it's as though the boat, the Sarah Ann, never existed. There have been many theories of what may have happened to the boat, the Sarah Ann. Such things as a boat may have passed through another dimension. Maybe a UFO abducted them and vaporized their boat, so no trace of evidence could be found. Whatever the case may be, one thing is for sure, that the Sarah Ann and its two passengers vanished without a mark in the Bermuda Triangle. The end. Thank you for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel and to the stories of Dragvon Stolar. This story is called Nightmare Inn. John and Betty Ford always dreamed of returning to their hometown and owning Mr. Thompson's rundown inn. John was wealthy, so he had plenty of money to buy out Mr. Thompson's inn and fix it up for the modern times. Since it's been over 20 years since they spoke to Mr. Thompson, things have changed drastically at the inn. John got on the phone and gave Mr. Thompson a ring. "Mr. Thompson, this is John Ford. I wanted to run something by you. My wife and I, we're very interested in buying your inn." Mr. Thompson replied, "Are you serious? This place is a dump. You couldn't possibly make this place profitable." "Don't worry. I've got plenty of money to fix the place up," replied John. "If you're that hell-bent on buying my place, come on down tonight. We'll discuss business in the morning," answered Mr. Thompson. "That sounds like a good idea to me." John and Betty headed on down to Mr. Thompson's inn in hopes of buying it. But Mr. Thompson had other plans for the Fords, and buying the inn wasn't one of those. The Fords were so happy to see their dream come true as they sped down the highway with excitement on their faces. John said, "Betty, thank you so much for wanting this as much as I do." Betty answered, "It makes a difference when two people share the same vision." The Fords should have done a background check on Mr. Thompson before proceeding any further, but they didn't. Now they must face the grave consequences for going in this blind. Finally, the Fords arrived at the inn just as the storm hit. John said, "Well, let's get in out of the rain, and in the morning we can check out of this place and make him an offer. And then the inn, we can start the ball rolling, get the place fixed up to our liking. Betty replied, John, I hope you'll accept our offer. I can't wait to redecorate the rooms the way I envisioned them in my dream. Honey, don't worry. I'm sure he'll accept the offer, said John. John and Betty approached the front desk of the inn, and John said, Is Mr. Thompson in? Yes, I'm Mr. Thompson, the owner of this inn. Must you be John and Betty Ford? It's been a long time since you both stayed at my inn. You must be tired from the drive. You and Betty can stay in the best room at my inn, number 13. John, we can discuss your offer to purchase the inn in the morning in my office. That sounds great, replied John. Mr. Thompson handed Fords the key to room number 13, and the Fords put their coats over their heads and went outside in the stormy weather to their room. Mr. Thompson let out an eerie laugh as the Fords headed to their final resting place, room number 13. Mr. Thompson said, The Fords aren't getting my inn. The only thing they'll be getting is cooked on my stove and fed to my son, Delbert. Mr. Thompson's son, Delbert, wore bloody overalls and loved to eat animals and human flesh. The Fords picked the wrong inn to want to buy. They made a grave mistake entering room number 13 because right as they entered the room, the stench was overwhelming, and the door slammed behind them and locked. Mr. Thompson yelled out, Delbert, get in here right now. I've got something I want you to do for me. Delbert came out of his dad's office with a bloody rabbit's foot hanging out of his mouth. Mr. Thompson hit his son in the back of the head and said, Clean yourself up, boy. We've got work to do. Delbert said, Daddy, what are we going to do? Delbert had a first-grade education and was 35 years old. So Delbert's desire for animals and human flesh was normal to him, but not to the general population. Mrs. Ford went over and sat on the bed, crying because of the foul odour and the feeling that something was very wrong with this place. Then she looked down. She screamed and said, There's an arm sticking out of the mattress. Mr. Ford rushed over and said, Oh my God, what is going on here? This place is something out of a horror movie. John, what are we going to do? Asked Betty. She was pacing the floor, crying her eyes out. Be quiet, let me think, replied John. John came over to the bed and slapped her in the face and told her to shut up because he couldn't think with her screaming so loud. Betty finally calmed down and said she was sorry. John said, I know what I'll do. I'll throw a chair out the window. We can escape through the window. Great idea, exclaimed his wife. John picked up a chair and threw it through the window, and just as they were climbing out to escape, Mr. Thompson and his son Delbert grabbed them both and escorted them back into their room and held them at gunpoint. Mr. Thompson said, I would like to introduce you to my son. His name is Delbert. He's got a big appetite for flesh. Delbert sat beside Mrs. Ford and started playing with her hair and said, I bet she tastes perfect, Daddy. Mr. Thompson replied, I'm sure she does. Mr. Ford asked, What do you want from us? Is it money? No. Delbert's hungry, and I promised him I would feed him some flesh before he went to bed. You both are sick. Now, let me and my wife go home, and we won't call the police. Delbert and Mr. Thompson laughed. Delbert said, Daddy, I'm famished. Can't wait to eat them. Please, Daddy. Please, Daddy. I'll be a good boy and lick their bones. When Delbert gets excited, he gets a little carried away, especially when it comes to do with flesh, explained Mr. Thompson. Okay, enough small talk. My boy is hungry. The Fords pleaded with Mr. Thompson to let them go. Mr. Thompson just said, Shut your damn mouth. Mr. Thompson shot Mr. Ford in the head. Mrs. Ford was screaming in agony. The Delbert twisted Mrs. Ford's head right off her shoulders as she tried to fight him. Delbert, help me carry the bodies to the kitchen so we can prepare them for a tasty meal, asked his father. Daddy, thank you so much for getting me some food, exclaimed Delbert. Mr. Thompson kicked Delbert in the butt and said, Come on, boy. Stop talking and help me get the bodies out of here. Okay, Daddy. "That hurt," replied Delbert. "If you don't get going, that ain't all that's going to hurt, boy," said his father. Okay, replied Delbert. Delbert and his father carried Ford's dead bodies back to the kitchen to be cooked on the stove. Delbert put on his blood-stained apron and shook his meat cleaver in the air and said, "Daddy, Daddy, I'm ready to chop." Delbert's father threw Mr. Ford's naked body on the grill, and Delbert started hacking Mr. Ford's limbs off and cooking them, and tossed the remaining body parts and guts in the trash. Then Mrs. Ford's body was thrown on the grill and hacked to pieces. After Delbert was through cooking Ford's limbs, Delbert and his father sat down at the kitchen table and ate until their stomachs were full. "Delbert, most families don't get to sit at the dinner table together and share quality time like we do," said Delbert's father. Delbert and his father filled their stomachs with Ford's flesh and stored the leftovers in the refrigerator for tomorrow's dinner. More bodies went missing as the weeks went by, and relatives started calling the inn daily, asking Mr. Thompson if he heard anything from their loved ones. All Mr. Thompson said was they enjoyed their stay at the inn and either needed to get back home or work. Mr. Thompson didn't give them any reason to doubt his word. After a while, too many people came up missing, and the last place they were seen alive was at Mr. Thompson's inn. A relative of one of the missing, named Charlie, decided to stay at the inn to see if there was something fishy going on. The idea of being some hero and, bring these missing person cases to a close by snooping around at the inn would be a very fatal mistake. Charlie was ready to get to the bottom of this and find out what happened to his relative. Mr. Thompson welcomed the visitor to his inn, gave him the room number 13 to stay the weekend where the Fords took their last breath. When Charlie got settled into his room, he felt like someone was watching him. Charlie was right. There was a camera hanging from the ceiling in the corner of the room. Charlie went over and sat at the desk in front of the window, pulled out a drawer, thinking he was reaching in to pull out a phone book. Instead, Charlie pulled out Betty Ford's severed head. Charlie yelled, "Oh my God!" then dropped the severed head on the floor. Then he picked up the receiver off the phone to call the police. The phone wasn't working. Just as Charlie got up to run out of his room and make a break for his car, Delbert burst through the door with a meat cleaver rubbing his belly saying, "I'm hungry, and Daddy said I could eat your flesh for dinner tonight." "Is this some joke? If it is, it's not amusing," replied Charlie. Charlie picked up the receiver of the phone, and as he was dialing a number to call Mr. Thompson, there was a fast busy signal. Right as Charlie hung up the phone, Delbert's meat cleaver came down, cutting Charlie's hand right off. Blood was spewing all over the desk, and Charlie said, "Why did you do that? Please let me go. Let me get to a doctor. I'm losing a lot of blood, and I'm feeling dizzy." Delbert laughed and shook his meat cleaver in the air, excited that he was about to kill this person and fill his belly up with the flesh. Delbert pushed Charlie's weakened body on the bed and started hacking off his limbs as he let out an evil laugh. Delbert's father came into the room just as Delbert was decapitating Charlie's head right off his shoulders. And Delbert said, "Daddy, Daddy, look what we got for dinner tonight." Delbert's father replied, "Good job. I'm proud of you, son." Delbert's excitement got the best of him, because when his father bent over to pick some of the body parts off the bed, Delbert's meat cleaver came down on his father's neck, cutting it clean off his shoulders. Delbert started crying and picked his father's head up off the floor and tried to put it back on his shoulders, thinking it would be all right. But his head just fell off his shoulders on the floor. Delbert cried, and not realizing that hitting himself in the head with a meat cleaver was a bad idea, Delbert hit himself in the head with a blade. Ended up putting deep gashes in his head. Finally, he hit himself in the head a little too hard, and the blade stuck in his head, and Delbert fell to the floor dead. About a week later, another worried relative came to the inn to ask the owner if he may have seen anything that could give a clue to the whereabouts of the loved one. The only thing this person would get out of their visit was stumbling onto some dead bodies. When the police were called in to investigate, they were baffled at the gruesome crime scene, which only left them scratching their heads at what happened in room 13. One of the police officers said, "This has to be the most horrific crime scene I've ever seen in my 20 years on the force. This place is your worst nightmare and should be called Nightmare Inn. Mr. Thompson's inn became a frequent drive-by of curious onlookers, thinking they might get a glimpse of its haunted past. There were reports of seeing ghostly figures pacing back and forth in room 13, with what appears to be a meat cleaver in his hand. Now and then, teenagers would break into room 13 after dark to see if they could conjure up any ghostly activity. Some did, some didn't. But this is one inn that needs to be bulldozed to the ground, and not to bring back his horrid past. The end. Oof, what a gruesome tale. And thank you for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel and to the stories by Drak von Stoller. This one is called Spooked. Carrie Ann and her two friends, Jasmine and Nicole, were asked to stay at Carrie Ann's Aunt Claire's mansion for the week. She was out of the country on business. Carrie Ann and her two friends said they'd love to. Carrie Ann asked her two friends in advance about bringing along some ghost hunting equipment, since the first night was going to be a stormy night. As the girls were enjoying their first night in the mansion and playing around with their ghost hunting equipment, Carrie Ann said she would lead the paranormal investigation, and told her two friends that someone got murdered in the mansion long ago, even though she made it all up just to get them in the mood to keep hunting. Unbeknownst to Carrie Ann, she was dead right. Someone had been murdered long ago in the mansion that was kept a secret by her aunt, so Carrie Ann wouldn't be afraid to stay the night. The first room they entered produced no results, and just as they were leaving the room, the power went out. They all prepared in case the lights went out by having flashlights on them. Carrie Ann said, "I know a good place to look for ghost activity, the cellar." Just as the girls were walking down the steps, they heard a moaning noise. Jasmine said, "Did you hear that?" Nicole chimed in and said, "It's just your imagination." The girls' ghost haunting fun was causing a ghost to come back from the dead that died over a century ago in the cellar, which actually used to be a dungeon. Carrie Ann's aunt's basement was the only part of the mansion that survived. The rest of the estate was burned down to cover up the murders in the dungeon by the owner, Jacob Crane. Jacob Crane, who hated the townspeople with a passion, would stop at nothing to kill any one of them in his dungeon of horrors. But an angry mob murdered Jacob before the cellar was destroyed. They were able to rescue some of their loved ones that almost died as a result of the fire. Carrie Ann had no idea the horrid past of the mansion. All her aunt knew about the place was someone died there in a fire, and the previous owner just wanted to get out. So they told a half-truth and were too scared to tell the whole story and feared that Aunt Claire would not buy the mansion. The closer the girls got down in the cellar, the louder the moaning got. Carrie Ann said to her friends, "Maybe this wasn't a good idea to go ghost hunting." Nicole chimed in and said, "Our minds are just playing tricks on us." Then Nicole shined her flashlight in the corner of the cellar and she screamed, "Oh my God!" Then the girls ran as fast as they could up the stairs, but Jasmine lost her footing on the bottom step and fell. Nicole and Carrie Ann were already at the top of the steps, out of the cellar, and just as they turned back thinking Jasmine was with them, the cellar door slammed and locked. Carrie Ann and Nicole tried their best to open the door, but they couldn't. All they heard was Jasmine screaming and crying for her friends to help her, but they could do nothing but listen to her blood-curdling screams in the dark, cold cellar. Then all of a sudden, the screaming and cries from Jasmine stopped. Carrie Ann said to Nicole, Maybe she's just trying to scare us." Then the two girls held footsteps, and Nicole said, "I'm going to kill her if this is some joke." "Let's open the door and give her a piece of our minds," said Carrie Ann. Nicole opened the door and they both froze. Coming up the stairs wasn't Jasmine. It was the ghost of Jacob Crane that they conjured up with their ghost hunting equipment. The ghost had an axe in one hand and Jasmine's severed head in the other hand. The ghost dropped Jasmine's head right between the two girls' feet, and the girls screamed and ran to the front door to get help in the stormy weather. Carrie Ann and Nicole ran to Carrie Ann's car, got inside and locked the door, shaking like a leaf. And crying as the ghost, Jacob Crane, was wielding an axe in one hand and letting out an eerie laugh as he closed in on the two girls. Just as Carrie Ann put the key in the ignition, the ghost was standing right at the driver's side door as the lightning lit up the sky. Nicole was crying and dialing 911, but the cell tower was knocked out by the storm, so calling for help wasn't going to happen. The ghost then swung the axe, shattering out the driver's side window. The spirit reached inside the broken window and grabbed Carrie Ann by the hair and dragged her body through the jagged glass, cutting through her clothes. The ghost threw her body down on the hood of the car while laughing, as Nicole watched in horror as the spirit cut off Carrie Ann's friend's limbs while she screamed in agony. Nicole thought it was an excellent time to escape since the ghost was too busy cutting up her friend. Nicole slowly opened the car door and dashed to the mansion, thinking the phone inside the estate was in working order. But she forgot. The storm knocked out all the power inside the mansion, thus rendering the use of the phone to be no good. Nicole didn't stand a chance to get away from this hell-bent ghost. Just as Nicole managed to place her feet on the first step leading to the mansion's front door, Jacob swung the axe, hitting her in the back. Nicole was screaming bloody murder, but the storm just drowned out her screams for help. Then Jacob, the ghost, pulled the axe out of her back, and as Nicole turned to see his face, he swung the axe, and Nicole's head went sailing off her shoulders into the front door of the mansion. Then Jacob, the ghost, took his bloody axe down to the cellar, laughing eerily. The next morning, Aunt Claire's meeting was cut short, so she got on the next flight back, only to be greeted by a sight of horror. When Aunt Claire pulled into a driveway, she could feel something wasn't right. She cautiously got out of her car and was horrified at what she saw. There lying underneath the car hood was a dismembered body. She looked at the front door of the mansion. She saw blood on the door and another body lying at the foot of the steps with no head. The power wasn't working, so she mustered up some courage to go inside the home, thinking the killer was gone. As she stepped inside the house, she saw a trail of blood leading to the cellar door. But before she could turn and run outside the mansion's front door, the cellar door flung open wide, and Jacob the ghost was right on her heels, laughing and swinging his axe. He hit her in the head, knocking her to the kitchen floor. Aunt Claire was moaning in agony as the ghost Jacob was giving her the axe. What started as a fun-filled night at Aunt Claire's mansion sadly turned out to be a night of hell for all of them. The end. And that's another story from Drac von Stoller. Thank you for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to the stories of Drac von Stoller. This one is a urban legend called Buried Alive. Charlie Edwards worked many years at his father's funeral parlour. But Charlie was getting pretty bored talking to the dead every day and not getting any response. So, one day he decided he would pick up someone at the local pub, put something in their drink, and drive them back to the funeral parlour. Then he would place them in a casket with a glass top, so he could see their face and talk to them. When his drug victims woke up, they weren't too happy to be hanging out at the Edwards funeral parlour as Charlie Edwards' entertainment. Charlie didn't care what they thought, because being able to talk to a live person in a casket instead of a dead meant everything to Charlie. Charlie was just lonely and sick and tired of talking to a bunch of stiffs. Charlie would try to console the person he held captive, but that was no use. Charlie decided if they didn't cooperate, he would take them out to the back of the cemetery and bury them alive for not cooperating. Charlie Little, well, he went on an escapade, and this continued for several months until one of his victims persuaded him to let them out. But that was a bad idea. The victim tried to overpower Charlie, but Charlie just pulled out his switchblade knife from his pocket and stabbed them in the neck. Charlie decided from now on that wasn't going to happen again. As the months went by and the body count piled up in the cemetery, Charlie was getting bored and decided to start bringing people back to the graveyard to bury alive. Charlie's victims he buried alive weren't so forgiving. One stormy night, when Charlie was alone in the funeral parlour eating a sandwich and combing the hair of a dead person in their casket, the lights started flickering on and off because of the storm. Charlie thought he heard a noise coming from outside the funeral parlour, and he said to himself, "It sounds like an angry mob of people." But Charlie just brushed it off and said, "It must be the storm playing with my imagination." He started backcombing the dead person's hair and was more concerned with making sure that his deceased person looked their best for their funeral in the morning. Then all of a sudden, the people Charlie drugged and buried alive in the cemetery were back and ready to take Charlie to the graveyard to be buried alive himself. Charlie said, "What's that noise? It must be the storm." Then the door burst open, and Charlie dropped his sandwich on the floor and his eyes flew wide open. The rain was pouring down, and lightning lit up the sky. Charlie just froze in fear as the dead were calling out to him. "What do you want from me? I buried every one of you months ago. There's no way you could be alive." The dead said, "But we did. And we all think you should feel what it's like to be buried alive." The dead surrounded Charlie and carried him out in the pouring rain to the cemetery to be buried alive. A hole was already dug for Charlie. The dead threw his body in the muddy pit and started shoveling mud on his body. It was too slippery for Charlie to climb out of the hole. Eventually, Charlie was so frightened that the fear was so intense that he had an heart attack and died. The next morning, Charlie's father called out his name but got no answer. So his father said to himself, "I'll just do the funeral by myself. Maybe he'll show up soon." Charlie's father proceeded with the funeral, and the following morning one of the groundskeepers burst through the door of Charlie's father's office, white as a ghost. The groundskeeper said, as he was grasping for breath, You've got to come. Oh, you've got to see this." "What are you talking about?" Charlie's father. "Just follow me. Oh, I'll show you," said the frightened groundskeeper. "Okay, this better be good, because I'm piled up. A lot of work." Charlie decided to leave without saying where he was going. "Charlie knew there was a funeral today, and that I needed help," replied Charlie's frustrated father. Charlie's father followed the groundskeeper out the door to the cemetery and said, Look over there. There's a hand sticking out of the ground." "I'm too scared. I don't want to see who's in the ground," exclaimed the groundskeeper with a frightened look on his face. "Step aside. I'll see who's in the ground. I don't know why you work for me. You're always too scared to be around the dead. Well, you better get used to it. That's all I deal in. Stiffs," exclaimed Charlie's father. Charlie's father dug the body out of the ground and brushed the dirt from the face. He fell backwards with the body in his arms and shouted, No, Charlie, you're all I've got in this world." The pain of seeing his son buried alive made his heart stop beating, and he died holding Charlie in his arms. Charlie's boredom not only cost him his life, but his father's as well. Charlie should have known that burying people alive isn't such a good idea, because sometimes the cold dark ground releases them to seek revenge on the person that put them there against their will. The end. Interesting. And that was Buried Alive by Drac von Stoller. Thank you for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel and the continuation of stories by Drac von Stoller. This one is called Tales from the Funeral Parlour. There stood atop a desolated hilltop a funeral parlour by the name of Sunny Hill's Funeral Parlour, with some terrifying tales from the dead. Jeremiah Hill, the owner of Sunny Hill's Funeral Parlour, would invite some of his closest friends to hear stories on how the deceased people at his funeral parlour died. Sunny Hill's Funeral Parlour was built in 1816 by the Hills family. Soon after construction was complete on the funeral parlour, bad things started happening. One of the Hills brothers got into a fight with the other brother over a girl, and in a jealous rage, Jim Hill fell out of a 2-story window in the funeral parlour to his death. Since there were no witnesses, Jim's death was declared an accident. Just weeks after Jim's death, his brother Darrell was found dead in one of the coffins in the funeral parlour. Darrell's father, Jeremiah, told the lawman that from the look on his son's face, he was frightened to death. Just as if he saw something so terrible, he thought hiding in the coffin would keep him safe. After Jeremiah's bizarre death in 1825, the Jasperson family bought the funeral parlour, which prospered until 1860. One by one, the Jeffersons either died of unexplained circumstances or by natural causes. During the Civil War between the years 1861 and 1865, Sunny Hill's funeral parlour housed wounded Confederate soldiers. When the war ended, the funeral parlour sat unoccupied for the next 30 years. Then one day, when a wealthy doctor by the name of Richard Thornton III decided to purchase the funeral parlour and restore it to its original, obviously. During the restoration, there were sightings of Confederate soldiers' ghosts walking through the halls. Then he decided since the funeral parlour was too haunted to run a profitable business, it would change the name to Haunted Hills Funeral Parlour. Changing the name from Sunny Hills to Haunted Hills Funeral Parlour gave him an idea on how to make his funeral parlour profitable. Haunted Hills Funeral Parlour got a new facelift and could be open for ghost tours all year long. The funeral parlour eventually had to be shut down because of reports of deaths during the ghost tours. There were reports of people jumping to their deaths from the second-story window. One witness that claimed he saw two ghostly figures at the window struggling with one another and seeing one being pushed out the window to his death. The ghostly figures looked so real that people would try to intervene and help the other ghost from falling to his death. Unfortunately, whoever attempted to help, they would lose their life by falling to their death from the two-story window instead of the ghost. There were other reports of Confederate soldiers charging towards tourists in the hallway and then firing upon them, killing them as onlookers stood frozen and bewildered at what just happened. Unable to intervene, most ran out, fearing for their lives, but few were lucky enough to tell the tale when they returned home to their loved ones. Some of the people that took the ghost tour through Haunted Hills Funeral Parlour were returned to ask the ghost tour guide if it was all reenactments. The tour guide told them every person that made it out of Haunted Hills Funeral Parlour did die, and it was not part of the tour. It was unfortunate some never made it out alive, which ultimately led to the closing of the Haunted Hills Funeral Parlour. Something that we never anticipated, but it did happen. And now it's time to close the doors forever. Once again, the Haunted Hills Funeral Parlour was shut down and condemned. Over the last years of the Haunted Hills Funeral Parlour's existence, well, it made it to the top 10 most haunted places on Earth to visit. Unfortunately, it did eventually burn down to the ground. The local authorities discovered charred remains of many teenagers who were reported missing. The fire department that tried to put out the fire claimed to have heard screams and moans from within the building, and also gunfire, as though the Confederate soldiers were still fighting a battle. A memorial stands in place of where the Haunted Hills Funeral Parlour once stood for all those poor souls that perished inside the walls of it. The building may not be standing, but the echoes from the past still haunt the memories of Sunny Hills townspeople to this day. Out of the townspeople that came to visit the area, when it was obviously Haunted Hills, where it once stood, they would take pictures in hopes a ghost from the past would appear in their photo. Amidst the desolate landscape that was once haunted by the presence of Sunny Hills Funeral Parlour, a sense of eerie stillness hung in the air. The charred ruins of the infamous parlour were a stark reminder of the horrors that had unfolded within its walls. The memories of the past were etched into the minds of the townspeople of Sunny Hills, casting a long shadow over their lives. As the years rolled on, the stories of the parlour's dark history continued to be whispered among locals and curious visitors alike. Jeremiah Hill's legacy seemed to persist, even though the building was no longer standing. Some people believed that the energy of the tragic events had seeped into the very earth, creating an aura of unease that could be felt by those who dared to venture near the site. On the outskirts of town, atop a hill that overlooked the remnants of the funeral parlour, a small memorial had been erected. Engraved on it were the names of the victims who had met their fate within the haunted hills and the halls. The memorial served a solemn reminder of the lives lost and the terror that had plagued the place for generations. Local legends told of restless spirits still wandering the area, seeking solace for their untimely deaths. Some claimed to have witnessed apparitions on the hill, shadowy figures that seemed to materialize in the mist, before fading away. Ghost hunters from far and wide made pilgrimages to the eerie spot, armed with cameras and equipment, hoping to capture a glimpse of the otherworldly entities that were said to linger. Visitors often shared their experiences, claiming to have heard whispers in the wind, footsteps echoing in the darkness, and fleeting touches that sent shivers down their spines. Photographs will sometimes reveal misty shapes or strange anomalies, sparking debates among skeptics and believers alike. Skeptics argued that the mind played tricks in such a charged environment, while believers clung to the idea that the spirits of the past still reached out from beyond the veil. Among those who visited the site was a group of paranormal investigators, determined to uncover the truth behind the legends. Led by a seasoned researcher named Emma, the team set up equipment and prepared for the night. Emma, a firm believer in the existence of the supernatural phenomena, was excited to delve into the mysteries that haunted Sunny Hills. As darkness fell, the investigators conducted the EVP, electronic voice phenomena, sessions, hoping to capture the voices of any lingering spirits they asked many questions to. They listened intently for any faint responses that might emerge from the static. The night air was filled with tension as they waited for something, anything, to break the silence. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the static, a faint whisper. It seemed to say, "Help me." The investigators exchanged glances, their hearts racing. They continued their session, feeling a growing sense of unease. More whispers followed, and each one seemingly growing louder and more urgent. The investigators couldn't shake the feeling that they were not alone. As the night progressed, the investigators set up infrared cameras and motion sensors, hoping to capture tangible evidence of the paranormal. They watched the monitors intently, their breath held in anticipation. Shadows danced across the screens, faint figures appeared and disappeared, elusive as ghosts. In the midst of their investigation, a sudden chill enveloped the group. Their equipment began to malfunction, emitting strange readings that defied explanation. Lights flickered, the air grew thick with an unexplainable energy. A sense of dread settled over them, and they felt as if they were being watched by unseen eyes. And then, a piercing scream tore through the night, shattering the eerie silence. The investigators turned toward the source of sound, their flashlights cutting through the darkness. What they saw sent a shockwave of terror through their hearts. Apparitions, translucent and ethereal. They all moved toward them, figures in tattered clothing, their faces twisted in agony, seemed to reach out from beyond the grave. Emma's voice quivered as she spoke the words into a recorder. "We are not here to harm you. We seek to understand." But her words seemed to fall on deaf ears as the spirits drew closer, their moans filling the air. In a rush of panic, the investigators fled from the hill, their equipment abandoned in their haste. Their encounter with the otherworldly confirmed what many had suspected for years. The spirits of the past still clung to the site, unable to find peace. News of the investigators' harrowing experience spread like wildfire through Sunny Hills. As some were further convinced of the paranormal, while others dismissed it as a product of their own imaginations. The town remained divided, haunted both by its history and the lingering spectres that refused to fade away. As time went on, the memories of Sunny Hills funeral parlour and its dark legacy continued to haunt the collective consciousness of the town. The memorial on the hill stood as a silent witness to the tragedies of the past, a reminder that some mysteries were never meant to be fully understood. And, in the whispers of the wind and the shadows that danced in the moonlight, the echoes of the haunted parlour's past lived on, a tale that would forever be etched into the fabric of Sunny Hills history. The end. What do you think about that, guys? Do you think it's true or not? It's interesting. Thank you for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. into the Drachmonstoller collection of Season 3. This is called Screams Down Long Hollow Pike Road. It's actually based on an urban legend. There's this old dirt road they say is a road to hell, where many brave souls have ventured down after midnight, only to find, once you've travelled to a certain point, it turns into the Devil's Fork, and there's no turning back. The road I'm talking about is Long Hollow Pike Road. This road dates back to the mid-1700s, when a family that dealt in the occult conjured up something evil that didn't want to be disturbed. From that day forward, Long Hollow Pike Road has been cursed. They say that after midnight, when you stop and turn your car off and put it in neutral at the Devil's Fork, your car will start rolling up the hill. And that's when the scream begins. So far, this is only a legend that was told by an old man named Tom Watson that claimed to have chickened out, and just as he put his car in park, he got out of the car and hid by a tree, about 20 feet from his vehicle, watching the car roll up the hill. Tom claimed to have seen apparitions pushing his car up the hill and could hear screams echoing the wind. He said he thought these apparitions were the ghosts of many brave souls that were eager to find out if the legend of Long Hollow Pike Road was true or not. As the news of the investigators' encounter with the malevolent energy at Henry's Castle spread, it caught the attention of a group of seasoned ghost hunters known as the Paranormal Explorers. This team were renowned for their fearless and their confrontational with the supernatural, and they were intrigued by the stories surrounding Long Hollow Pike Road. They decided to venture to the cursed road to uncover the truth. Led by their experienced and nonsense leader, Marcus Holloway, the Paranormal Explorers set out on a moonlit night. Their equipment finely tuned, their nerves steeled for whatever they might encounter. The atmosphere was heavy with anticipation as they approached the infamous Devil's Fork along Hollow Pike Road. The trees seemed to lean in ominously, casting long shadows across the road. As the clock struck midnight, the team parked their vehicles and shut off their engines. The eerie silence of the night was palpable, broken only by the distant hoot of an owl. The investigators exchanged glances, a mix of excitement and trepidation in their eyes. They shifted their cars into neutral and waited. Suddenly, a faint whisper of wind swept through the air, carrying with it a sense of foreboding. The investigators watched in awe as their vehicles began to move slowly, rolling uphill despite the lack of engine power. The sensation was surreal, and their hearts raced as they observed their surroundings. Just as they had heard, the road seemed to curve into an impossible way, forming the shape of a Devil's Fork, and then it hit them. The road's transformation, it was sort of into like a path that twisted, leaving them no option to turn back. Their vehicles continued to move forward, caught in the eerie momentum of the cursed road. As the Paranormal Explorers proceeded, an unsettling feeling washed over them. They began to hear distant echoes, whispers carried by the wind. The shadows danced in an unsettling manner, and a chill crept up their spines. Their headlights illuminated strange shapes and figures at the edges of the road, evoking a sense of dread. Suddenly, the air around them seemed to thicken. The temperature dropped drastically. The ghost hunters felt an invisible force pressing upon them, and then the air was rent with spine-chilling screams that echoed through the night. The team were frozen, paralyzed by the terrifying symphony of agony that surrounded them. Just as fear threatened to consume them, Marcus Holloway, the leader of the Paranormal Explorers, rallied his team. "We're not going to be victims," he declared, with unwavering determination. "We're here to understand and confront whatever lies beyond." The team members nodded, and together, they focused on maintaining their composure. They activated their recording devices, capturing the spectral screams and the strange phenomena that engulfed them. In the midst of the chaos, they felt a presence, an unsettling energy that seemed to emanate from the very heart of the Devil's Folk. Hours felt like an eternity as the ghost hunters stood their ground. And gradually the screaming subsided, and the oppressive atmosphere began to lift. The road before them straightened, and they could see the safety of their vehicles in the distance. With a mixture of relief and curiosity, they retreated from the cursed path and returned to the world of living. Back at their base, the paranormal explorers analysed the evidence they had gathered. The audio recordings were filled with spine-chilling screams and whispers that seemed to defy explanation. The team was divided between those who believed they had encountered the tormented spirits of the past and those who remained skeptical, attributing to the phenomena of maybe natural causes. In the days following the paranormal explorers' chilling encounter on Long Hollow Pike Road, unease settled over the team. The eerie screams they had captured in their recordings lingered in their minds, and they couldn't shake the feeling that they had barely scratched the surface of the road's dark secrets. Amidst this atmosphere of lingering dread, a disturbing development took place. One of the investigators, Lisa Roberts, mysteriously vanished without a trace. She had been meticulous at analysing the captured evidence, trying to decipher the original of the spectral screams. As days turned into weeks, anxiety turned into panic. Despite the best efforts, the remaining members of the team could find no leads, no explanation for her disappearance. Fearing that Lisa might have encountered something beyond their comprehension, the remaining paranormal explorers gathered their courage and resolved to return to Long Hollow Pike Road. Their initial plan was to uncover any clues that might help them locate Lisa, to unravel the mystery that had ensnared her. With heavy hearts and renewed trepidation, they embarked on the journey once again. As they approached the Devil's Fork, the atmosphere felt heavier than before. The road seemed to beckon them, the shadows more sinister, the wind whispering secrets they couldn't comprehend. Every step they took seemed to echo with a sense of impending doom. The absence of Lisa, their once unwavering comrade, cast a pall over their mission, and their resolve wavered. But they couldn't turn back. Lisa's fate hung in the balance, and they owed it to her to uncover the truth. The team members parked their vehicles, repeating the ritual, putting them in neutral, watching as they rolled up the hill. The sensation of being drawn into the heart of darkness was undeniable. Their pulse quickened with a mixture of anticipation and fear. As they ventured further along the twisted road, the air grew frigid, the atmosphere became suffocating, the spectral screams began to rise again, more haunting and anguished than ever. It was as if the road itself was trying to communicate something, something that would seal their fates. And then, in the midst of the turmoil, they heard it, a faint voice, a whisper that seemed to emanate from the very shadows. "Help me, please." The team's hearts raced as they followed the voice, their flashlights illuminating the path ahead. It led them deeper into the darkness, into a part of the road they hadn't explored before. And then, as they turned a corner, they stumbled upon a scene that shattered their resolve. There on the ground was Lisa. She was pale and trembling, her eyes wide with terror. But it wasn't the sight of her that sent a shockwave through the team. It was what surrounded her. Apparitions, distorted and tormented, seemed to emerge from the very fabric of reality. They reached out, their bony hands clawing at the air, their eyes filled with agony. Without hesitation, the team rushed to Lisa's side, their voices mingling with the chaotic symphony of screams that echoed through the night. As they lifted her, the apparitions closed in, their presence overwhelming. The team's resolve crumbled, and in a moment of sheer terror, they turned and fled down the road, their footsteps echoing their frantic flight. The apparitions pursued them, their wails and whispers growing louder, more insistent. The road seemed to stretch endlessly, the shadows closing in around them. Their breath came in ragged gasps, and panic gripped their hearts as they realized there was no escape, no way to break free from the grip of Long Hollow Pike Road. And then, as suddenly as it begun, it all stopped. The apparitions vanished, the screams faded, the road straightened before them, but the paranormal explorers were nowhere to be found. They had become part of the legend, lost to the darkness that had claimed so many before them. Long Hollow Pike Road remains intact with its secrets and its malevolent energy undisturbed. The screams continued to echo through the night, a haunting reminder of the lives that had been consumed by its cursed embrace. And as time marched on, the legend grew, evolving with each retelling, ensnaring the curious and the brave, just as it had ensnared the investigators who had dared to confront its horrors. The end. Thank you for listening to this story, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel and to the stories by Drac von Stoller. You can find Drac von Stoller on Google Play Books. He has a very large selection of books, and they're all free. There's so many to choose from. He does short stories, kind of scary, macabre, gore and horror is his theme. He's really good, quite underrated actually. This story is called The Witch. Just over the hill stood a shack where the most beautiful woman you ever laid eyes on lived. Her hair was blonde and wavy with eyes as blue as the sky. Her figure would make any man lose his breath. The only thing wrong with this picture was, she's a witch. Her name is Sarah, and an evil witch at that. Her mother had her out of wedlock. Sarah's mother kept her pregnancy secret from her parents until one day, when her father opened her bedroom door to scold her about something. Her father heard a baby's cry and said, "Did I hear a baby's cry?" "No, no, father," cried Sarah's mother. Her father pushed her aside from her closet door, opened the door and shouted to the top of their lungs, "I want this baby out of my house by morning. That's an order," said her father in an angry voice. Sarah's mother was only 16 years old when she had Sarah. Having a baby out of wedlock, and especially at 16, was a disgrace to the family. The next morning, Sarah's mother carried her newborn baby Sarah into the town, looking for the right home for her daughter. Sarah's mother came across this shack where a sweet old lady lived. She asked the old woman to take her baby and love her as her own. The old lady accepted and asked her, "Why are you giving up your baby? I mean, I'm just an old woman. My father will kill my baby and me if I don't get rid of this problem." "That's his exact words," replied Sarah. Sarah's mother turned away from the old lady, weeping uncontrollably, as her heart was so heavy with guilt, and daily ridiculing from her father about bringing a baby into this world out of wedlock. She couldn't handle the pain, so she decided to end her own life. Her father found her hanging from a rope in her closet. Her father cut her down from the line, but it was too late. She was already dead. Her father felt responsible for her death, so he went in his bedroom, pulled open the top dresser drawer, pulled out his revolver, pointed it at his head, pulled the trigger, blowing out his own brains. Later that evening, the bodies were discovered by his wife. She screamed in agony and dropped to her knees. The only two people she ever cared about were lying on the floor dead. She knelt beside her husband, took the revolver from his hand, took one last look at her daughter and husband and said, "Please forgive me, Lord, for what I'm about to do." She put the barrel of the gun in her mouth and pulled the trigger. After the old lady heard the news about Sarah's mother, grandmother and grandfather, that they were all dead, she felt even more compelled to raise Sarah the best way she knew fit. As Sarah matured into a grown woman, the old lady thought it was time for Sarah to know the real truth about her biological family. The old lady said to Sarah, "Come sit down at the table with me. I've got something significant to tell you." Sarah calmly sat down at the table with a concerned look on her face. "What is it that you wish to tell me?" asked Sarah. "Well, I think you know I'm not your real mother, but..." paused the lady. Sarah had a confused look on her face. I'm not your real mother. Your mother died when she was just 16 years old, explained the old lady. How did she die? Cried Sarah. Oh, the story goes like this. Your grandfather was distraught that your mother had a baby. He told her if she didn't find a home for you by morning, he was going to kill both of you. When I found out your mother was dead and your grandparents, I felt that I should honor my promise to your mother. I'm glad I'm telling you this now because I have something else to say to you. Please listen carefully to what I have to say. Sarah, I've only got a few weeks to live. I have something I want you to have. It's been handed down for generations, said the teary old woman. Before you say a word, listen carefully. Remember the books that I read to you throughout your childhood, up to your adult age. Well, that was to prepare you and protect you from the outside world. Sarah, I used to be as beautiful as you were, but since I received powers of black magic, I became a witch. I want you to have this, Sarah, and don't tell me you won't accept this, because you are now a witch just like me. Give me your right hand, said the old woman. Sarah extended her right hand. The old woman put the ring on Sarah's finger. It looks like a spider inside the ring. That's what it is, but it's no ordinary spider. It's a black widow that will give you all the powers you need to take on the outside world. If anyone should try cause you harm, point your ring at the evil person and say these words, and you will see them vaporize right before your eyes, explained the old lady. What are these words? Asked Sarah. They are spelled out in the Book of the Dead, page 13. Sarah, I need to lie down and rest now. When I placed the ring on your finger, my powers and my fate was sealed. Now I don't need to see any tears that will shorten my life even more. Let's enjoy the last days of life together. Just be happy you'll have powers beyond your wildest dreams, said the old lady. Sarah did as she wanted and kept her feelings to herself. The old lady passed away the following week. Sarah was now a full-blown witch and ready to use her powers for evil. Just as Sarah was at the height with her powers of black magic, which were short-lived, a mob of angry townspeople came to Sarah's run-down shack and woke her from her sleep. The angry mob dragged her once wavy, long, beautiful hair outside and tied her to a tree. The townspeople asked if she had any last words before they burned her at the stake. Yes, as a matter of fact, I do. I curse all of you and your grandchildren, until every one of you is dead, she said, laughing. The flames got higher and higher. The next morning, Sarah's child's body was buried next to her shack, with a wooden tombstone that read, Here lies a witch named Sarah, brought evil to a small town and damned for all eternity. Months passed and Sarah's shack was abandoned, but not forgotten. Teenagers would spend the night and have seances to try and conjure up Sarah the witch. One night when a group of teens were spending the night inside the witch's shack, drinking alcohol and telling ghost stories, one of the teens dared another one to dig up the witch's grave and steal her ring that has magic powers. The other teens stayed inside the shack laughing about Johnny's day. Johnny went outside to the barn to see if he could find a shovel. It was dark inside the barn, but with the moonlight shining through there was just enough light for Johnny to stumble upon a shovel. Johnny grabbed the shovel in his right hand and said, Okay, witch, let's see if you still have the magic ring on your finger. Johnny laughed. Johnny went over to the witch's graves with a sluggish swing and broke the witch's wooden tombstone in half. Johnny spat on both hands and proceeded to dig up the witch's grave. Johnny picked the wrong grave to desecrate, especially a witch that possesses powers of evil. Johnny dug and dug until his shovel hit the wooden box where she was lying. Johnny wiped the sweat from his face with his handkerchief. With one hit with the shovel, the wooden box broke apart. There you are, dead witch. Sarah, yelled Johnny. He tried his best to pry the ring from her, but it was no use. Johnny was pissed because if he came back empty-handed, Well, he was a laughingstock with the drinking buddies. Johnny remembered reading some words in the Book of the Dead that he found lying on the floor in the witch's shack about bringing the dead back to life. Johnny said the magic words 3 times. Noctu, fratu, latu. No response. Just as Johnny was about to climb out of the witch's grave, the ground started shaking, and Johnny fell back down into the grave right beside the witch. Johnny jumped up in fright, grabbed the shovel. The witch's eyes were red as fire. Johnny said, "What have I done?" Just as Johnny raised the shovel to cut off the witch's head, the witch grabbed the shovel and broke it free from his grasp, swung the shovel with great force, cutting Johnny's head clean off his shoulders. The witch said, "I think your friends might be looking for you." She laughed hysterically. She rose up out of the grave, picked up Johnny's head and took it back to the shack. The witch flung the door open. A gust of wind blew fiercely inside the shack. She rolled his head on the floor like a bowling ball and said, "I think you might be wondering what your friend has been up to. Well, he dug me up and brought me back from the dead, and now he's lost his head." The teens jumped up, scared and shaking like a leaf. The witch shouted, "The party's over, and now it's time for you to join your friend." An evil voice. The witch had only one thing on her mind. That was raining terror on the townspeople who were burning her at the stake. The witch pointed her ring at each teenager and said, "Off with their heads!" Their heads slowly tore away from their shoulders as they screamed in agonizing pain. You could hear the teens screaming and pleading for their lives, but the witch shows no mercy. As each teen lost their head, blood splattered all over the walls. The witch summoned some wild dogs to clean up the mess. A pack of wild dogs ran inside the witch's shack, licking the blood off the walls and eating the teenagers' remains, leaving behind a few bones to take outside and bury in the ground. "Looks like I'm back in business," said the witch. Again, the witch's reign of terror would be short-lived, because a group of men from the town was out for vengeance. The men decided they would send Dave into the witch's shack, and the others would be waiting in the woods until Dave gave the signal for them to enter the shed. When the signal was given, one of the men named Jack went inside the barn and stumbled across a chain. This was a chainsaw, and he picked it up. "Let's see if the witch can piece herself back together after I've cut off every limb from her body. I can't wait to see the look on her face when I lower that blade to her neck." Jack stood outside the back door while Dave threw acid in the witch's face. Then Dave and Henry tied the witch to the bed frame. Dave said, "Jack, get in here quick." Jack started up the chainsaw and ran inside the shack, waving the chainsaw in the air, saying, "It's time to put you back in the ground where you belong, evil witch." Jack lowered the chainsaw down on the witch's neck, tearing into her rotten flesh, severing her head clean off her shoulders. Jack didn't stop there. He cut off every limb from her body, and the 3 men grabbed some trash bags and put the witch's body parts in them. Each man dug a hole, keeping the body parts separate, to make sure the witch's body could no longer form the evil thing she once was. The next morning, the 3 men told their stories of how they were able to overpower the witch and put her back in the ground where she belongs. As long as no one stumbles across the Book of the Dead in the witch's shack, and obviously say the words, "Noctu, fratu, latu," the town will be able to live in peace forever. And that's the end of that tale. Interesting. Thank you for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel and to the Drak von Stoller collection of stories. This one's called The Carriage of Death. It was 1883, in the little town of Brickport, where Dr. Moorhead had been practicing medicine for many years, started getting complaints from his patients. The doctor had a small alcohol problem, and many of his patients' diagnosis was fatal, which resulted in many deaths, so his practicing days as a town's physician was over. Dr. Moorhead lost it, drowned his sorrows in alcohol and fast women, which brought his world that he so loved to an end when his wife took their 3 children and walked out on him. No practice, no family. All Dr. Moorhead had left was a bottle of whiskey, a doctor's bag, and a carriage he rode into work. Oh, and a castle that was kind of going into ruins. Since Dr. Moorhead had no female companionship, his hatred towards women grew as the days got lonelier and lonelier. Every time the doctor's eyes gazed upon a beautiful woman, it would send him into a barely containable rage. All he thought of was getting his hands around her pretty soft neck, to choke the life out of her. But he knew if he acted upon this in broad daylight, he would be caught and hung for it. So he had to think of a way that would leave the town guessing who did it. The doctor paced back and forth in his study, brainstorming how he would get away with murder. Then he said, "I've got it. I'll go out after midnight when everyone is asleep, and the fog is thick. No one will be able to identify the killer. Besides, there's always a lady of the night still walking the streets, looking to make a fast buck before the night is over." The doctor sharpened his instruments, put on his black trench coat, top hat, and set out into the night on what would become his carriage of death. Dr. Moorhead rode his black carriage of death, dressed head to toe in black, through the foggy bricked streets, with his blades sharpened, ready to cut into a lady of the night, soft, pretty flesh, and know that her screams would be echoed through the thick fog. But they would go unnoticed by the sleepy town of Brickport. Dr. Moorhead slowed his carriage as the lady of the night pulled her dress up to show off her pretty long, soft legs. The doctor tipped his hat to her and said, "Hello, my pretty one. Why don't you climb in, and we'll go for a ride to my castle, where my bed full of roses awaits your arrival." The doctor handed her a beautiful red rose and said, "That was very thoughtful of you, kind sir." The doctor had no intentions of bringing her to his castle. It was all a lie. She stepped into the carriage and the doctor closed the door, knowing moments later she would die at his cold hands. The carriage took off like a bullet through the fog onward to his castle, but he had other plans for the lady of the night, on this cold, foggy brick streets of Brickport. Returning to the castle of ruins wasn't one of them. Displaying his gruesome act for the townspeople, and the constable was all he had on his mind, which would leave them wondering who could do such a horrible thing to such a soft, pretty lady, and not have any conscience about it. She was unaware of the horror that lied ahead, and in Dr. Moorhead's carriage of death, she just thought she was going to a beautiful castle. All she could think about was the money she would get laying with this stranger. The doctor's carriage came to an abrupt halt, and she poked her head out of the carriage to see why he made such a brief stop. The doctor opened the carriage door and told her he was having trouble seeing through the thick fog, but reassured her that the mist would pass soon, and they would be on their way to his castle. The doctor stepped out, and then back into the carriage, and locked the door, and said, "There is no reason why we can't get to know each other a little better, if you know what I mean." He flashed a wad of money in her face. The lady of the night said, "Well, if you put it that way, why not?" The doctor and the lady of the night embraced and kissed. Then the doctor reached in his coat pocket, pulled out his sharp, shiny scalpel, raised it in the air with his once warm hands that turned cold as death, and just as their lips were locked, the doctor carefully and slowly touched the cold, sharp blade to her neck, and her eyes were wide open in terror. In a matter of seconds, he released his warm embrace from her and slowly cut her soft neck. Her last word was, "Why?" Then her warm blood spewed out of her jugular vein onto the foggy carriage window. And then there was silence, and her body went limp. The doctor said, "What a bloody mess. Now I'm going to have to get a new trench coat." Then he let out an eerie laugh that echoed throughout the foggy streets of Brickport. The doctor proceeded to remove her heart and other vital organs, and placed the bloody organs in a suitcase. Then picked up her lifeless body and set it on the foggy bricked streets for a curious onlooker to stare in horror at. As the doctor laid her dead cold body on the road, he dipped his finger in her blood and drew his initials on her forehead, backward and upside down. It was a puzzle for the constable, that's all. When the constable arrived to investigate the brutal murder of the prostitute, well, this left him scratching his head and saying to himself, who or what could have done such a horrid thing in the quiet town of Brickport? The doctor stepped up into his carriage of death and let out an eerie laugh, then rode into the thick fog unnoticed by anyone, back to his castle of ruins, to display the organs in glass jars, as though they were some trophy. Then he put the jars inside a hidden room behind the fireplace of his study, so he could hide the evidence of the killings, in case the constable decided to visit him and stumble upon something that would tie the doctor to the murder. The doctor entered back into the study after he was through, coming down from his high of killing, eager to head back into town in search of a lonely woman of the night. Dr. Moorhead knew his next kills would be easier and more violent because his first is always the hardest to get behind you. And once the killer sees how easy it is, especially not having a real connection to that person, then any others that he kills is sort of a piece of cake. A week later, after things died down about the prostitute's killing, Dr. Moorhead washed and dried blood out of his trench coat. Then he left out of his castle just as the grandfather clock struck midnight. Once again, his carriage of death anticipating the excitement of the next kill. Dr. Moorhead's blood was pumping through his veins, and his pupils widened as he gazed upon a lady in waiting next to a dark building. With no one in sight to disrupt his plans to carve a beautiful body like a raw steak on a plate, he slowed his carriage and turned his cold body with death in his eyes and said, "Why don't you get into my carriage? We can ride back to my castle for a night of passion." The doctor dropped $100 bill on the ground in front of her on purpose, knowing she wouldn't have a chance to spend it. She picked up the bill and said, "Sir, did you realize you just dropped a large bill on the ground?" "Well, I guess it's yours. As the saying goes, finders keepers, losers weepers." "Well, why don't you get in? There's plenty more where that came from," said the doctor with a big smile on his face. She got in the carriage with a smile on her face, thinking she was going to get rich quick. All she'll be getting out of this is death. Shortly into their ride to the castle, the doctor made the woman think he was having trouble controlling the carriage, so he slowed the carriage to a complete stop, got down from the driver's seat, and was looking the carriage over. The woman said as she peeked her head out of the carriage door, "Is everything okay, sir?" The doctor replied, "I think everything will be all right, but the fog is pretty heavy, so if you don't mind, we could talk for a bit until the fog lifts." He tipped his hat to her. "That's all right with me," she said, blushing. The doctor stepped inside and sat next to her and put his arm around her with his charm on. Then the two kissed and the doctor reached in his coat pocket, pulling out his tiny, shiny razor, sharp scalpel, and proceeded to slit her throat from ear to ear. The woman gasped for air as she gulped in her blood. Then a small tear ran down her cheek. Then silence. The doctor said, "She sure does have beautiful blue eyes that are blue as the ocean. I'd hate to let them go to waste." The doctor carefully cut out her eyes and carefully wrapped them in a handkerchief, put them in a small black box. Then he dipped his right index finger on her bloody neck and drew his initials the same way that he did on the first prostitute. He pulled her blood-soaked body out of the carriage of death and placed her cold body on the ground. Then the doctor licked the blood off his fingers and strutted back to the carriage of death and let out an eerie laugh as his carriage disappeared into the dark, foggy night, to his castle to celebrate with a bottle of red wine standing next to his fireplace, and opened the black box with the most beautiful eyes any man would have pleasure to gaze upon. The doctor was very proud of his new trophy to display in his hidden room behind the fireplace, alongside the glass jars full of organs from his first kill. The doctor would go on to kill another 7 ladies of the night, then disappear into his carriage of death. None of the crimes were ever solved, and when a neighbour went to the doctor's castle and found the door wide open and dark as death inside, the neighbour went into town to have the constable and his men search the castle from top to bottom to see if the doctor was all right. But this only left them scratching their heads as to what happened to the doctor. As decades passed, still no trace of the doctor's whereabouts, and the 9 unsolved murders of the prostitutes of Brickport, the case will just get buried in cold files, forever. Unless some curious investigator decides to blow off dust on the file and reopen the case. Legend has it, on a foggy night after midnight, screams and the sound of carriage wheels, followed by an eerie laugh, can be heard. So if you find yourself walking the streets of Brickport on a foggy night all alone after midnight, you might find yourself running for your life from Dr. Moorhead's carriage of death. or faces sharp, cold scalpel across your neck. If I were you, I would sleep through the night and leave the legend be. The end. Interesting legend, and it's in the 1800s, so it's not uncommon for things like that to happen in the 1800s, believe it or not. Though it may seem like a story that's unimaginable, in the 1800s, it's something that absolutely could have happened. Thank you for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel and to the stories of Dragon Stola. This one's called Not Quite Dead Yet. Some can accept the inevitable, and others that can't work, as in the case of the wealthy 85-year-old banker by the name of Bill Johnston. First, we'll look back on his life when he was being moulded into a success-making machine. Bill was always early to work, never called out sick unless it was a life and death situation. Bill loved making money, and lots of it, because he was brought up in a poor environment. Bill excelled in everything he tried, be it school, sports, science. Bill was a straight A student and the class president in high school. He was also the star quarterback of his high school team, but when Bill got his first job as an insurance salesman after graduating high school, he found his new calling. Bill was offered scholarships to major universities for his outstanding athletics as a quarterback, but he ultimately turned them down because of his new job as an insurance salesman. After settling into his new job, things were going well for him. He won many awards year after year for about 5 years. Then things started slowing down, and he was no longer the company's top salesman. Bill got a little too comfortable always being at the top and started losing focus. And that's when other agents took it to their advantage and started outselling Bill, which frustrated him not being able to be at the top anymore and not tending to his clients' needs as he'd always done before. His clients started dropping their policies and going with other agents at the office behind his back. Before he had a chance to react, he was called into the boss's office and let go. Bill said to his boss, "That is not fair. I have worked harder than anyone else in this office and been on top longer than anyone else, and now this is the thanks I get." "Bill, I'm sorry, but this is business. And you have quotas to meet, and you're not meeting those numbers." "Well, you know what I mean. Please understand you've been a valuable asset to the company for many years, but I have to have dependable agents that can keep getting those numbers for the company. I don't like this any more than you do," explained the boss. Bill rose from his seat and said, "Well, I'm sorry too." He shook his boss's hand and went to his office, started cleaning out his desk. Other agents came by and asked him what was going on, and Bill said, "I had to turn in my resignation because I didn't meet the quotas. My advice to you, my friend, is to not lose focus, and you will be all right." Bill carried his stuff out of the office, and as he walked by, everyone just stared him down and whispered among themselves. Bill felt like his whole world was crumbling down, but he just held his head high in the air and ignored them all, and exited the building to his car, never looking back. At this point in his life, Bill knew it wasn't the young go-getter he used to be, but he still had some drive left in him and wasn't about to throw in the towel yet. So after careful thought, he decided, after all the hard work of being the top salesman and having to all come tumbling down on not being able to have a second chance, being his boss was something he wanted to entertain, and after a few days of sleeping on it, he came up with being a bank president. One thing Bill was smart about doing, as he put a lot of money away and was ready to put it all on starting a new business. With his money and a small loan from the bank, his dream would soon become reality. Bill decided to call his new bank BJS Bank and immediately started hiring all the employees he needed to get the bank off the ground. Bill was able to hire the employees he successfully required, all but one. That was a vice president. Bill did come close to a friend named Dave Mason. He'd recently lost his job, but since Bill knew him very well, Dave could be a perfect fit for his education, the background. When Bill asked him if he would like to help him run his new bank, Dave didn't hesitate on accepting Bill's offer. As months went by and things were looking perfect for the bank, Dave got a small raise for his commitment to making sure the bank was running smoothly, but he felt a little cheated and thought he should have gotten more. Since that small raise was like a slap in the face, things started to take a turn for the worse. Dave didn't say anything to Bill about it, but resentment was beginning to set in. Dave said to himself, I'll show him a thing or two. And he wasn't about to do anything until Bill went on his trip out of the country. The next day, Bill came into Dave's office and told him he was going on a month-long business trip and he would have to make sure that the bills were paid and also have to open and close the bank every day until he returned from his trip. Dave said, don't worry, everything will be okay. Just enjoy your trip. When Dave knew the plane had arrived safely at his destination, that's when Dave set his plan in motion. Dave started taking small sums of money out of the bank vault. Seeing all these towering stacks of bills, well, they made him want more, and then more. Every day, Dave would enter the vault after closing, take out a few piles of money, stuff them in his suit pockets, head to the bar, and drink to his heart's content. Dave was having the time of his life. And when his boss returns from his business trip and finds out money is missing, Dave is going to have some explaining to do. Just a few days before Bill was to return, he got a call from the police about his client's money missing. Bill said to the police, what are you talking about? Dave just called me a couple of days ago and said everything was fine. There must be some misunderstanding. No, sir. I think you need to get on the next flight out and settle this matter before your bank has to file bankruptcy, replied the officer. Bill slammed down the phone and boarded the next flight out. When he arrived at the bank, he stormed into it, went into Dave's office, slammed the door behind him and started grilling him on the matter. Dave tried to reassure him everything was going to be all right and not to worry. Bill replied, you want me to relax? You're my friend, my business partner. How could you do this to me? Now, Bill. Okay, you got me. I'll tell you what happened. After I got my crappy raise, I felt I was worth far more for all I've done. When I entered the vault and saw the stacks of bills, I couldn't help myself. And I couldn't stop taking stacks of money out from the vault every day. Then some of the clients came to the bank to get some money out, and, well, I couldn't give them a good reason why they shouldn't take any money out, and they threatened to call the police. And that's just what they did, as you can see. I thought when you got back, we could straighten this mess. I caused you and, well, returned to business as usual, Bill said. I know what I'm going to say about this. You're fired. Dave said nervously, I thought you were my friend. What do you mean, business as usual? Just because you're my friend doesn't mean this is okay, replied Bill in an angry voice. Then Bill said, I want you to get your things and leave immediately, and I won't press any charges against you. Our friendship is over. Dave did as Bill asked and cleared out his desk and left. Luckily, Bill had some time to get things straightened out and keep his bank from going under, but had to take out a loan to pay his clients back for the money they lost. But for some, it wasn't going to make things right. Some of them took their money to other banks. It wouldn't be long before word got out all over town about the shady things that were going on at the bank. And as usual, when gossip starts, it gets blown out of proportion. And even though Bill had nothing to do with any of the illegal things going on in his bank, people thought deep down he was just as involved as Dave was. Things were never the same again at the bank, and he was losing many of his clients from the backlash that Dave caused. That's when Bill started drinking and became desperate to turn things around. But he too would succumb to what brought Dave to his downfall. Bill knew he needed more clients, so he started with the elderly, especially widows and widowers. But trying to sweet-talk them into putting their money into his bank wasn't working, so he had to take drastic measures which turned ugly. Bill's debt at the bank was growing, and his back was against the wall, so the only thing he could think of was to go on a killing spree and rid of any evidence that could tie him to the scene of the crime. Over the next few months, Bill was able to pay off his debt from the body count he had left behind, But it wouldn't be long before his blood money would catch up with him and bring it all to an end. Just like any criminal, eventually, the inevitable will catch up with them. And they will slip up and get caught, because we all know there isn't such a thing as a perfect crime or murder. It may take a while, even years. And even if the slightest chance they don't get caught, someone may have seen something or heard something, but is too scared to come forward in fear of what might happen to them if they tell. Soon, family members of the missing started calling the bank to see if there was any suspicious activity going on with their missing relatives' accounts. Bill reassured them that there wasn't, but he was lying, and was still transferring their money into his bank account until their bank accounts were dried up. Too much greed and too much lying took much strain on his heart. The following morning, someone came by the bank to see about opening an account, but was unable to enter the bank, and thought something was suspicious because there were no lights on inside the bank. The door was locked. The bank should have been open for business because it was during regular business hours. So the person decided to call the police and have them come out just to check everything was okay. First, the police tried to get in touch with the president of the bank, Bill, on the phone, but they were unsuccessful. So they got a search warrant to search the bank, thinking maybe a robbery had taken place, and there might be employees still in the bank bound and gagged. When the police entered the bank, there was a foul smell coming from the bank's president's office. So they knew then it wasn't going to be good. Just as the door opened, Bill raised his head off the top of his desk, as though he was taking a nap, and said to the officers, "Would you gentlemen like to open an account?" The officers looked at each other in shock as Bill stood up and said, "What's wrong with you all? You look like you've just seen a ghost." One of the officers phoned headquarters to have an ambulance dispatched to the bank. When the ambulance arrived and put Bill on a stretcher to check his vital signs, the EMT about fainted because there was no heartbeat. Bill was still talking and breathing, but was, by all means, dead. I mean, he should have been a dead man. He should have been 6 feet in the ground hours ago. Bill looked over at the EMT and said, "Sonny, what is wrong with you? Quit staring at me." Then Bill looked at everyone else and said in anger, "What is wrong with all of you people? Why don't you all leave and let me get back to work?" "As you can all see, I ain't quite dead yet, and I would appreciate it if you'd all leave me be," exclaimed Bill. The EMT told Bill they had to take him to the hospital so a doctor could look him over and see if he should be declared dead or not. Bill said whatever. A staff of physicians looked Bill over and even told him that he was dead. But Bill, being a high-strung person, just laughed. "You all are the ones who are dead, not me. Can we stop this nonsense and let me get back to my bank? I have lots of work to do." The doctor said, "We need to keep an eye on you, see if we can figure out why you should be dead or why you are not." "Okay, whatever," replied Bill. After a few days, the police came back to the hospital to arrest Bill on charges of murder and extortion. As Bill heard the news about the murder charges, he sat up in his bed and said, "I'm not going to prison for the rest of my life." Then Bill fell back and took his last breath. Finally, he was declared dead. I wonder how long Bill could keep denying he was dead if he wouldn't hear the news. But I guess we'll never know. May he rest in peace. Or will he deny his death and rise out of his grave, return to his bank, leave off where he finished, bring the body count back up once more? Your guess is as good as mine. The end. Geesh, well, that's an interesting tale, isn't it? I mean, imagine that. You're actually dead, but you're not dead. I'm not sure how that'd work. Thanks for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel and to the Drakon Store Stories. This one's called Dead Man's Curve. Greg, Billy and Bobby were a wild bunch when they were together. They had a thing for taking things to the limit, but their thrill-seeking days were about to come to a screeching halt when the three boys piled into Greg's 68 Camaro and decided to show their friends back at school that Dead Man's Curve isn't such a dangerous curve after all and should not be called Dead Man's Cove. As the three boys were heading to their final destination, the Dead Man's Cove, Billy was handing out beers to add to the excitement, and couldn't wait to laugh at their scared friends about how they sped around Dead Man's Cove and lived to tell about it. The road conditions weren't in their favour because of the rain and wind, making it hard for Greg to keep control of his car at times. A black car appeared out of nowhere with its headlights too bright for Greg to see where he was going around Dead Man's Cove. Greg and his friends were pumped up, ready to make that deadly turn around Dead Man's Cove and return to school the next morning to make a laughing stock out of his scared classmates. But that would not be the case at home. Dead Man's Cove won. Greg's Camaro went sailing off the cliff to their deaths. Since the three boys never got a chance to brag about driving around Dead Man's Cove and live to tell the tale, obviously a search party was sent out the next morning to look for the boys' whereabouts. After about an hour into the search, a helicopter spotted smoke at the bottom of the cliff of Dead Man's Cove. Upon closer observation by an aircraft, it was determined that the car was Greg's Camaro with 3 charred bodies that the morgue identified as the 3 missing boys. Greg, Billy and Bobby were laid to rest the following week. The next day, the classmates held a vigil at Dead Man's Cove to pay their last respects to their friends, Greg, Billy and Bobby, for being brave enough to take on Dead Man's Cove, even though they paid with it with their lives. The tragic fate of Greg, Billy and Bobby sent shockwaves through the small town. The legend of Dead Man's Cove had taken 3 lives, serving as a chilling reminder of the road's sinister reputation. The once bold classmates who had mocked the curve now gathered in somber reflection, candles flickering in the evening breeze as they paid their respects to their fallen friends. Rumours and speculation spread like wildfire. Some said that the black car with blinding headlights was a harbinger of doom, a manifestation of the road's curse, while others dismissed it as mere coincidence. But there was an undeniable air of unease that settled over the town whenever Dead Man's Curse was mentioned. Months passed. The tragedy faded from the front pages of the local newspaper, but the memory lingered, as did the eerie atmosphere that clung to the curve. As time went on, a group of paranormal investigators caught wind of the legend and the stories surrounding the cursed road. Led by seasoned investigator Amelia, the team consisted of Emily, a tech expert who specialised in capturing otherworldly phenomena, and Mike, a skeptic, whose logical approach often provided a counterbalance to the team's beliefs. Amelia had heard of Dead Man's Cove and its dark history. She was determined to uncover the truth behind the legend. She believed that there might be more to the story than meets the eye. Perhaps a lingering energy or a supernatural force that was responsible for the boy's tragic end. The team gathered their equipment and prepared to spend a night investigating the area. They arrived at Dead Man's Cove as the sun began to set. Setting up their equipment along the road, Emily had an array of cameras, recording devices, while Mike skeptically observed, ready to offer a rational explanation for any strange occurrences. The night was quiet at first, the wind rustling the leaves, the distant sound of crickets filling the air. As darkness settled in, Amelia decided to conduct an EVP, electronic voice phenomena, session, hoping to capture any potential messages from the other side. The team gathered in a circle, their breath visible in the cool air. "If there's anyone here, anyone who wants to communicate, please speak into this device," Amelia called out. Silence hung heavy, broken only by the crackling of leaves underfoot. Just as the team began to feel discouraged, a faint whisper seemed to echo through the air. Emily's equipment registered a blip of activity, and she exchanged a startled glance with Amelia. "Did you hear that?" Mike rolled his eyes, attributing the sound to the wind or some other natural phenomenon, but Amelia wasn't so quick to dismiss it. "Let's keep going," she urged, a mixture of determination and curiosity in her voice. Hours passed and the team's investigations yielded mixed results. There were moments when Emily's devices seemed to pick up unusual readings, fluctuations in electromagnetic fields, unexplained temperature drops, and moments when Mike provided rational explanations for what they were experiencing. Then, as the clock neared midnight, the atmosphere shifted. The air grew colder, and a dense fog began to roll in, enveloping Dead Man's Curve in an eerie haze. Emily's cameras captured distorted shapes moving in the mist, and the team's sense of unease deepened. Amelia felt a chill run down her spine as she sensed a presence, something beyond the natural world. She whispered for the team to stay quiet and attentive. It was then that they heard it. The sound of tires screeching and an engine revving, echoing through the night. A black car emerged from the fog, his headlights blindingly bright. The team watched in disbelief as the car sped around Dead Man's Curve with an otherworldly swiftness, disappearing into the darkness beyond. Mike's skepticism wavered, and even he couldn't offer a rational explanation for what they'd just witnessed. Amelia's heart raced as she realized that they had come face to face with the very phenomenon that had claimed the lives of Greg, Billy, and Bobby. The curse of Dead Man's Curve seemed all too real. The team packed up their equipment, their minds swelling with questions and revelations. As they left the curve behind, they couldn't shake the feeling that they had had a glimpse into a realm beyond their understanding. A realm haunted by tragic fate of those who dared to challenge the road's malevolent energy. Word of the investigators' experiences spread, reigniting the legend of Dead Man's Curve with a newfound intensity. The town grappled with the haunting truth that the road was more than just a dangerous curve. It was a place where the boundary between the living and the supernatural was thin, a place where the past and present intertwined in a macabre dance. Years went by. Dead Man's Curve remained a place of both fascination and fear. The paranormal investigators' encounter had added another layer to the legend, solidifying its status as a site of unexplainable mysteries. People would visit the curve in hopes of catching a glimpse of the black car or hearing the whispers in the wind. But whether it's out of curiosity or a thirst for adrenaline or a desire to connect with the spirits of the past, all who approached the Dead Man's Curve knew that they were entering a realm where the line between the living and the dead was blurred. A realm that held the secrets of those who had met their tragic end on that treacherous road. The end. The snoring in the background and the noises is Little Storm. She's fast asleep and she makes a lot of noise when she's asleep with her mouth and snores a lot. So, yeah. Thank you for listening and many blessings. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another Drac von Stoller story. Remember, you can find Drac von Stoller on Google Play Books. His stories are free, and they are usually short, horror, scary, and macabre stories with gore. This one's called Till Death Do Us Part. Tom and Brenda had been married for over 45 years, and all the love they once knew was gone. They fought always. Neither of them had the guts to leave, fearing if they divorced, they would lose their beautiful mansion and expensive cars, so they both just stayed together, only for the material side of their marriage. Every time they fought, they would say to each other, "I wish you were dead." They both meant it, wholeheartedly. They slept in separate rooms and slept with one eye open, fearing the other would do them in. Brenda still cooked for her husband out of guilt. One night, when they sat at the dinner table eating the dinner she cooked for them, she decided to add a little surprise in his meal. She put some roaches in his mashed potatoes, along with a big smile on her face, and she watched him shovel the mashed potatoes in his mouth. But it only took seconds for him to realize something wasn't right. When he spat out the mashed potato, it wasn't quite dead yet and crawled out of the mashed potatoes. Tom said, "What in the hell is going on here?" Brenda laughed. You should have seen the look on your face. Tom yelled back, "I don't find any of this very funny." He threw his napkin down on the plate and said, "I'm going to get something else to eat." She just laughed as he slammed the front door behind him, as he got in his car and sped down the road in search of a fast food restaurant. After Tom got his food, he went to the pet store to get a garter snake and brought it back home to place in his wife's bed as she went to sleep. Tom waited for about an hour to make sure she was fast asleep. Tom picked the lock on a bedroom door, quietly entered inside, not to wake her, then slowly raised the covers on the bed, just enough to let the snake in, and slide all over her body. About a few minutes later, her eyes flung open wide in terror, not knowing what was under the covers. She pulled off her covers slowly and screamed out Tom's name, but instead of Tom rushing in to see what she was screaming about, he just stood outside her bedroom door laughing. Brenda yells, "This means war." Tom just smiled as he went back to his bedroom to sleep the rest of the night away. The next morning, when they both woke, tension between Brenda and Tom was at an all-time high, and words were exchanged back and forth with death threats from one another. Brenda had a plan to put antifreeze in his coffee before he left for work. Brenda thought that if she put enough antifreeze to make him sick, but she put a bit too much in, causing him to be deathly ill. Tom didn't start to feel sick until he parked his car at his work and opened the driver's side door, and immediately started throwing up. Tom went inside his job to tell his boss he was feeling sick and needed to go home. Tom raced back home to confront his wife, barely clinging to life, but he still mustered enough energy to make it inside his home. As Tom's wife was sitting at the dining table reading a book, Tom put his hands around his wife's neck and said, "If I'm going to die, so are you." And he choked the life out of his wife. She fought hard, but Tom's anger was too strong for her to get off. Just as she took a last breath, so did Tom. Tom fell dead to the floor. It looks like they both got what they wanted in the end. Dead. Word to the wise, be careful what you wish for. It just might come true. The end. Thank you for listening to this tale, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. Sorry if I sound off, I do have a bit of a cold or something. Not sure what it is, but if you hear any snoring in the background, that's Storm at the moment. Dougal's still awake. Storm's asleep. Anyway, we're continuing with the Draco Stoller collection, and this one's called Desecration. Some point in our lives we've been in a position with our friends or as someone that may have significant impact on our lives that we do things we may regret. But we do it anyway and suffer the consequences either immediately or later on. That's what happened to Jimmy and his friends Tommy, Darren and Karen. They all liked to camp out at Craven Cemetery, just a few miles down the road from their neighbourhood. Jimmy, being headstrong, was absolutely a troublemaker, and Tommy. Karen and Darren just did as he asked, even though that wasn't always a good idea. But we've all been down that road before, haven't we? We look up to the most popular kid in school or someone that's not afraid to do something you could get in trouble for. Craven Cemetery was once a very well-kept place until Jimmy and his friends started camping out and drinking heavily around the campfire, breaking the tombstones and leaving their empty beer cans on the graves. Their little desecrating games were about to turn deadly for the 14s. Let's get on with the horror. So this was Halloween night, and to top it off, it was Friday the 13th, and the sky was lit by a full moon. Jimmy and his friends piled in Jimmy's car ready to do some hard partying at Craven Cemetery. As they were headed into the night with the wind blowing and the lightning off in the distance, Jimmy said, "Darren, open the cooler, pass me a cold one." Darren replied, "Dude, you're not supposed to drink and drive." "Shut your mouth, get me a beer. You can get out and walk home," said Jimmy. "Okay, man, you don't have to be so testy," said Darren. Darren reached in the cooler and handed Jimmy a beer. Jimmy popped the top and gulped down the beer and said, "When we get to the cemetery, we're going to dig up some of these stiffs and see if there are any treasures buried with them." Karen chimed in and said, "That sounds like a good idea. Who knows what we'll find?" Darren rolled down his driver's side window and tossed his beer can out of the window and shouted, "Let's raise some hell!" "Okay, everyone, we're here," said Jimmy. Everyone went out of the car. Tommy grabbed the cooler out of the back seat and they all stepped up to Craven Cemetery gates, ready to dig up some stiffs and party around the campfire. Tommy opened the gate and said, "I feel we'll find some precious stones on these stiffs that could bring us, well, good fortune and all." They all entered and went deeper into the cemetery so they would be unnoticed when they lit their campfire. As Jimmy and Tommy got the fire started, Karen said, "Jimmy, did you forget something?" "Forget what?" Jimmy replied. "Stupid. You forgot to get shovels out of the trunk of the car," exclaimed Karen. Darren chimed in and said, "Tommy and I will go get the shovels." Darren and Tommy returned moments later with the shovels and handed a shovel to each one and started digging up some graves. As each one downed a few beers, they decided they'd better start digging before they drank too much and passed out. Each one of them picked out a grave they thought might have jewels or coins in, and as each shovel broke into the undisturbed grave soil, their fate was sealed. There was no turning back now, because the graves were desecrating with the graves of an Indian burial ground. A fierce battle took place over 100 years ago. Chief Deathstone and his warriors met their fate and were buried there. But since Jim and his friends were unaware of the history, they thought it was just like any other cemetery. All hell was about to break loose as their shovels emptied the soil, sacred ground, from each grave, exposing the wooden caskets. Jimmy yelled out in excitement, "Hey, everyone, don't open your casket until I count to 3. 1, 2, 3. Then pure terror shone on their faces, followed by screams as Chief Deathstone and his warriors rose from their wooden caskets, simply choking the life out of Jimmy and his friends. The ancient warriors, eyes ablaze with anger, surrounded the terrified teens. In the midst of the chaos, a piercing wind blew through the cemetery, extinguishing the campfire, sending a chill down their spines. Darren managed to gasp out, "We messed up with something we shouldn't have, guys." As Chief Deathstone and his warriors closed in, Karen's voice trembled. "We need to find a way out, to appease them, or escape. There has to be something we can do to make this right." Tommy, his face ashen, added, "Maybe we need to return what we took from the graves. If we give back whatever we found, they might spare us." In desperation, the teens grabbed the items they had unearthed, trinkets, jewelry and coins, placed them back in the open caskets. As they did, the warriors' expressions began to change. The anger in their eyes faded slightly, replaced by an eerie stillness. Chief Deathstone, who had been the most furious of them all, extended a spectral hand towards the teen, his voice booming in their heads. "You have desecrated the resting place of my people and disturbed their peace. But by returning what you took, you have shown remorse. Your actions are born out of ignorance, not malice. We will spare your lives, but you must never forget the consequences of your actions." The wind subsided. The warriors slowly returned to their caskets, the lids closing as if by an unseen force. The moon emerged from behind the clouds, casting an otherworldly glow over the cemetery. Jimmy, Tommy, Karen and Darren stood still, their hearts racing, their bodies shaking. From that night on, the 4 friends were forever changed. The terror they had experienced left an indelible mark on their souls. They began to research the history of Graven Cemetery and the events that transpired there. They learned about Chief Deathstone and his warriors, the battle that had taken place, and the significance of the Indian burial ground. Guilt gnawed them, but it also transformed them. They had seen the consequences of their heedless actions firsthand, and they were determined to make amends. In the following months, they joined forces with a team of paranormal investigators who specialized in dealing with restless spirits. Armed with their newfound knowledge and the help of the investigators, they embarked on a mission to bring peace to the cemetery. The team conducted rituals, cleansings, and offerings to appease the spirits that had been disturbed. Slowly, the unrest of the cemetery became to ease. Over time, the once neglected Graven Cemetery regained its tranquility. The overgrown weeds were replaced with well-tended lawns, the broken tombstones were repaired, and a sense of serenity returned to the place. The spirits of Chief Deathstone and his warriors, though still present, no longer roamed the cemetery in anger. Jimmy, Tommy, Karen and Darren never forgot the lesson they had learned that fateful Halloween night. They became advocates for respecting the past, honouring the memory of those who had come before, and acknowledging the consequence of their actions. The experience bonded them in a way that transcended their teenage escapades, and they dedicated their lives to preserving history, making amends for their mistakes. And as the years went by, Graven Cemetery stood as a testament to the power of redemption and the enduring connection between the living and the dead, reminding all who visited that every action, no matter how trivial, can have far-reaching consequences. The end. And that's the end of that story. Many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel and to the stories by Dragvon Stoller. This story is called Being by Dark. Little Tommy Edwards always came home by dark, until one day as the sun was going down. He knew time was running out, but he was having such a good time playing with his friends at the cemetery. He knew if he didn't get home before sundown, his parents would ground him, but was caught up in the moment to care. Tommy's curiosity got the best of him, and he stayed behind and told his two friends that he wouldn't be much longer and not to worry. His friends told him to be careful, because there could be some ghosts lurking behind one of the tombstones. And Tommy said, "Ha ha, very funny. Go on, I won't be long." "Okay, don't say we didn't warn you," laughed the two boys, as they pressed on towards the cemetery gate, leaving their friend Tommy not knowing that this would be the last time they would ever see their good friend. Tommy's friends couldn't have been more right about something maybe lurking inside the cemetery, but it wouldn't be any ghost he would encounter. Instead, Tommy would be getting a close encounter of the fourth kind. About 30 minutes after the sundown, Tommy's parents were starting to get a little worried about why Tommy hadn't made it home by dark. His parents called one of the friends Tommy left their house to play with, and he said, "Another friend and I were all playing in the cemetery, and when the sun went down, we told him we had to go, and he said he would be right behind us in a few minutes, and that's the last we saw of him." Tommy's parents got in their car and drove to the cemetery to search for Tommy. As their car pulled into the graveyard, they saw an unidentified flying object above a grave. Then the UFO disappeared into the night sky. Then, as the car's headlights shined on the cemetery gate, there stood, standing like a statue, their son, Tommy. His parents got out of the car and rushed over to put their arms around Tommy to show how worried and how glad they were that he was safe. Tommy's parents asked him if he was all right, and he just pointed to the sky. His parents didn't believe in UFOs or aliens, even though they both saw something through the windshield of their car they actually couldn't explain. They were both too excited that their son was okay and just wanted to take him home. Tommy and his parents got into the car and drove back, but his mother asked him again as she turned and noticed he was staring out the window, looking up at the sky. And Tommy said, "I'm all right. I want to go home and go to bed." His mother replied, "Okay, we're on our way." As the car pulled into the driveway at their home, Tommy said, "I think I'm going to be sick." Just as Tommy opened the car door, he threw up on the driveway. Tommy wiped off his mouth with his shirt and said, "I think I'm all better now. I think I felt car sick is all." What Tommy didn't realize was that he had just had a close encounter of the fourth kind back at the cemetery. The aliens took him aboard their spaceship, experimented on him. When the aliens finished their experiment, they wiped the memory from his mind of what went on board the spacecraft. The reason Tommy was getting sick was that an alien was inside his body, trying to inhabit his body for deadly reasons. Tommy went to bed and reassured his parents a good night's rest is all he needed. When morning arrived, his mother came into his room to check on him, but she was about to get the shock of her life when she pulled the covers off his head. She screamed out loud, and her husband bolted into Tommy's room to see what the commotion was all about. Her husband was at her side, gazing at his son in terror. Right before their eyes, Their son was transforming into an alien. Tommy's mother fainted in her husband's arms. Then the alien rose up and said, I am Xander. From the planet Grillon, we have come to your planet to see what it's like to be a human being. Tommy's parents said in an angry voice to the alien, When will we get our Tommy back? The alien said, Very soon, very soon. But it was a trick. This alien that was inhabiting their son's body was part of the hostile alien civilization. They were only interested in interbreeding with humans, so it would be easier to take over the planet. Tommy's parents were oblivious to what was going on with the alien intentions. Tommy's parents thought the alien would leave Tommy's body soon and just go back to his planet, but that wasn't going to happen. The alien said something in his language, and Tommy's parents froze. Then their eyes locked with the alien's cold black eyes. And then two aliens appeared out of nowhere in Tommy's room and approached Tommy's parents, placing their cold hands on their heads, and entered their bodies, taking complete control of them. The aliens' plan to take over the world was going along, just as they had planned it, and looked like it was going to be the cinch. But the aliens' DNA structure wasn't quite the same as because Tommy's parents weren't direct descendants of Nordic people, so the aliens couldn't inhabit their bodies for long and decided to leave planet Earth and head back to their planet Grillon. The world Grillon is not the only alien planet out there, so it wouldn't be long for another alien civilization that would visit Earth and try to take over. Hopefully, the creator of the cosmos won't let that happen, and the Earth can live in peace and keep developing into one of the most important things in the universe. Maybe we can visit other alien civilizations, see their technology advances. The end. And again, that is another interesting story from Drac von Stoller. Can't imagine that, but yeah, his stories are pretty crazy. I like that though. I like that they're a little bit odd and out there, you know. Thank you for listening, and many blessings. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. This story from Drac von Stoller is called Target Practice. The little town of Dexburg wasn't a happening place. It was rather dull, with only one gas station, one church, one bank, and a population of 100. It's no wonder a couple of rowdy friends named Bubba